Everyone, welcome back to my channel. I hope you guys are doing extremely well. So in this video we will create a complete recipe app in Compose Multiplatform, right? We will start from the beginning, creating the project, adding the dependencies, and then complete making the project, right? So let's continue with that. And also, if you are looking to learn Compose Multiplatform, like, you can treat it as a Compose Multiplatform crash course as well, because we will cover everything here about the Compose Multiplatform, right? And for that you should be aware about the Kotlin. And if you know about the Kotlin, then it's fine. If you don't know about the Kotlin, if you want to learn Kotlin as well, so you can check out my Kotlin full course. I will add the link in the description. So let's continue with this. So first of all, we need to create a simple project from this KMP JetBrains, right? So I have created a project from this, right? And then downloaded the project from this after selecting the options. Like, we have these targets, Android, iOS, right? This is the name, and then the package project ID, right? And then, so for the iOS, if we want to share UI, then we can select this option, because here we are using the Compose Multiplatform. Yeah, so we will be using the share UI option, right? Then desktop, then web, because we will be building for all the platforms, right? And after that, I have just opened this project in the Android Studio. So first thing we should be aware of, like, because so we will be using the for offline support, we will be using the SqlDelight, right? So, and because Room and other Realm DB does not have the support for web, not even for the Kotlin JS, but in SqlDelight we have support for the Kotlin JS, at least, right, for the web platform. So for the web platform we will be using the Kotlin JS, but not the Kotlin was. So first step is, let's comment the was target, right? So we need to comment this out, right? Even before that, let's copy this, because we will be adding the Kotlin JS. We need to add the JS with IR. This is the compiler type, right? And rest of the things are similar, right? We can remove this. So this way we can add the Kotlin JS at least target in the app, right? But for few steps also we need to do for this, because we need to add the source sets as well, otherwise it will not work, right? So let's copy this, and we can just, so what we need to do is we can copy this directory, Control C, and then we can paste it, and we can name it JS main, right? And next step is we can rename these files according to our target, right? So we can name it platform.js, and if we want to make it like, yeah, we can make it change here as well, and we can make refactoring of this as well, right? But though we will be not needed this, but yeah, as of now I'm doing refactoring, but later on we'll be deleting this. And then we have this, let's keep it as it is. And finally we need to make some changes here. So this script we need to add in the body, and here we need to add this Kiko.js, right? Now let's sync it, and then we will try to run it, if it's added successfully or not. Yeah, now we need to add the JS canvas, this property in the Gradle properties, right? So let's add it. No issues. So let's see if it works or not. First of all, let's add one Gradle configuration, and JS browser test. Instead of this, we need to use this. Okay. And here we can add web app JS, right? And we can try to run it. Yeah. Oh, we did refactoring, but we missed one thing, I guess. So if you see, now this is the web target using Kotlin.js and it's working pretty fine, right? So this is about adding the Kotlin.js target and commenting the Wasm.js. Okay. Now let's move on to the next step. So next step is, so let me give you some intro about the project as well. So in this project, so we will be creating the recipe app, right? We will be showing a list of recipes. So we will be creating the list screen, details screen, right? And then the profile screen, login screen, right? And the search screen as well, right? And we will be creating the favorites as well, because for favorites we will be using the offline support using the SqlDelight. For API calling we will be using the Ktor API calls, right? So we will be using the dependency injection as well using the Koin. We will be using Coil for loading the images. So yeah, let's continue with this. That is just an introduction, and we will be trying to use the clean architecture for this. So basically, clean architecture is a software design philosophy that helps organize code in a way that produces maintainability, right? So it means code becomes maintainable, testable, and scalable, right? It separates concerns, and it ensures that business logic is independent of frameworks, database, UI, or any external systems, right? So let's continue with this. So basically, in the clean architecture as well, we can have multiple type of approaches. Someone uses feature-wise approach, right? We create this feature directory here in the main source set. Suppose here we create the feature directory, and inside each feature, we follow the clean architecture, right? Directories like UI, data, right? Those directories, and but others follow the domain wise. Both we will be just adding the four directories here like UI, domain, data, right? And core maybe. So and then inside them we create the features. So there are two ways, but we will be creating the feature wise, right? So first of all, let's set up the dependencies. So few dependencies are already there. If you see view model, it's the resources, right? So now we will be adding the Ktor, right? First of all, we will be adding the Ktor dependency, right? So if you don't know about that, so we will be how we can add that. You can just search Ktor client. So we can just go to the Ktor IO and then the docs, right? And then Ktor client, right? Getting started with Ktor client. So it will let us know which dependencies we need to add, right? So let's pick up the dependencies. So first of all, let's pick up the Ktor client core, right? And here suppose let's add the version, and this is the core dependency. Apart from core, we need to add some other dependencies as well, like serialization, Kotlin X, JSON. Serialization, Kotlin X, JSON, right? These dependencies, we can find their respective dependencies in the their respective headings, you can see. So client content negotiation as well, we need to add this one as well. If you see, this is the serialization, we can copy it from here right? Then we need to add content negotiation as well. Let's copy content negotiation. Okay. And we need to add logging as well, right? So if I go here, we can add logging as well. Ktor client logging, right? All right. Let's move on to the version catalog. All right. And it have created naming little bit weird. So let's set it Ktor client, right? So this is about adding the Ktor. Why do we need that Ktor client? For making the API calls, right? For networking part. So now this is for the common part. We need to add few dependencies like engine. So basically we will be adding the client platform specific dependencies as well. So let's add them as well. For Android, we will be adding the Ktor client, right? And similarly for iOS as well, we can add iOS client, Darwin, and then for desktop, we can add client Java. This should work for desktop, and then we can have the dependencies. For JS, we can add its JS client, right? And let's use the version catalog, right? This is about the Ktor. Now let's move on to the next dependency. That is the navigation, maybe. Okay. We can search it, and in the documentation directly, we can pick up which is the latest version. Okay. So we have added the navigation. Now let's move on to the coil. Coil GitHub. Coil we will be using for loading network, sorry, images from the network, right? So this is the coil compose, right? And similarly, we need to add one more dependency. If you see, for networking, they are using the OK HTTP, but we will be using the Ktor for that. Let's go to its documentation. From network images, we will pick up this, right? This is required for loading images from the network, right? It requires Ktor client for that, right? Let's move them to the version catalog. And then finally, let's add Koin as well. Okay, Koin. So first of all, let's insert the core. Okay, let's go to the documentation. Let's add. This is using the bomb. We can use bomb as well, but here we are not using the bomb. Let's directly add it, and let's use the 4.0.0 latest version, and we will be adding the Koin Compose as well for right using it in Compose Multiplatform, right? And for using it in ViewModel, we can use the ViewModel part as well, right? Koin Compose, I think it is Compose ViewModel, right? So we need to add three dependency for this: Koin Core, Koin Compose ViewModel, right? So let's move them to the version catalog. One more thing. So let's copy this. We need to add the Android specific part as well for the Koin. So let's add that as well, right? This will be required for passing some context and other things for logging, right? So Koin is done. One more part, let's add material icons extended. It does not provide all icons, but if you use this, it provides all the material icons, right? Let's add SqlDelight as well. So SqlDelight we will be using for offline support, right? We'll be saving the favorites recipes in the SqlDelight as well, or maybe we can add the support for recipes as well, right? For the offline support, right? So we'll be adding this version for multi-platform, right? So first of all, let's add this plugin. Then let's add the drivers. So we need to add them for specific targets, right? For Android, then we have native ones for iOS. Okay. And then for JVM, desktop. And then finally, we can add them for web as well, right? And for that, we can go here, SqlDelight.js, and we can pick up these dependencies. And let's add few other things as well. We need to add SQLJS web worker as well, right? Yeah, we need to add these four dependencies. And now let's add the SqlDelight block, right? So, or maybe let's copy it from here first. So if you see, we can pick up this block and add it here. This is for configuring the SqlDelight. And first of all, recipe app cmp app db, right? This is the name, and package name, I guess we can set it similar to the app package name, right? And one more option which we need to add, basically generate a sync to true. This is required for web part, basically web worker, right? For using the async drivers, we need this way, right? So now let's sync it. Using compiler options, Kotlin target level compiler is not available in this. We will check it later. So first of all, let's add one more thing. We need to add Kotlin X serialization plugin as well here. And so now basically it's showing some error because it's not able to resolve this. For that, we need to create one SqlDelight directory as well, right? So let's add that directory. First of all, we need to add that inside the common main Kotlin. So at this level, we need to add that. So SqlDelight, and then let's add one more directory com dot with package recipe app cmp. Wait one sec, let me check it. It's not the com, I think it's the org. Let's check it. Yeah, it's the org. So let's add one more directory inside this. This should be the same as package name, right? Recipe app cmp, right? This same one, right? Then let's try it. Let's first of all comment this. It is able to resolve now, and let's see now, will it show these options? Generate async. Okay, and so this is about the SqlDelight, and let's move them to the version catalog where possible. Now let's add the multi-platform settings. This is for the preferences purpose, right? Where is its dependency? Hmm, yeah, here we have it. Yeah. Fine, let's make it, move it in the version catalogs, and finally let's add the Kotlin next date time as well. Where do we have it? Dependency, yeah, this one. Let's pick it up. Let's move into the version catalogs. Yeah, that's it about adding all the dependencies. So we have added all the dependencies, right? I have explained as well which dependency we'll be using for what, right? So we are done with this adding the dependencies. Now let's move on to the setup of some dependencies. So first of all, let's set up the dependency injection using Koin. Like we will be setting up the Koin, right? Let's create a one file Koin. Okay, and we will be creating the one method Koin. So this method is accepting a few parameters. I will explain them. So it will be accepting the list of modules which we can pass from the platform specific code, right? Suppose from Android, iOS, some platform specific dependencies we need to pass for the platform specific code. So we can use this variable then, right? Additional modules. Initially it will be empty, right? By default. And then we can add one app declaration as well, right? So this is used to configure the Koin applications, right? It will provide the Koin scope. So we can directly, after calling this function inside this callback, we can directly call anything which required Koin scope, right? And this will be useful in case of Android, I will show you, right? And this function will be calling the start Koin. Okay. So basically this function will be providing the Koin application instance, right? After initializing the Koin application, sorry, right? Here we will be calling the app declaration. So whatever declarations we have provided on this Koin scope, some additional declarations, and then we will be adding all the modules. So additional modules, as of now we have additional modules. I will be adding some other modules as well for keeping the code clean, right? For ViewModel, like data, for all those things, we will be creating separate modules and then adding them here, right? So let's add them what kind of modules we will be requiring. Cache module, let's make it a function, and Koin module, right? Fine. Similarly, we will have some other modules as well. Data module for data specific dependencies, right? And one is network. Then we can have view model. Okay. Right. And then let's add this inside this modules, because this will be the list of all modules which will be available to Koin, right? Let's cache module, network module, data module, view module, right? So this is the method which we'll be using for initializing the Koin, right? Now let's move on to the Android main for initializing the Koin. Let's add one application class. Yeah, here I will be adding that main. If we need to do some initialization at the application level scope, right? We can create this class, and this will extend the application android.app.application, right? And we need to provide this class name here, right? So here, let's first of all override the on create, and let's create one function for setting up Koin, right? And here we will be calling the init Koin, and inside this init Koin we will be creating, we will be passing the Android specific modules from here, right? We'll be defining them here, and we can pass them here, right? Android modules, list of Android modules, right? Because this is a module, this is a list, so right. So after this we can add some Android specific things here, like Android context. It will be internally used by Koin for logging and other things, and here we'll be specifying some platform specific, Android specific libraries or implementation, right? If any, suppose we have some expect class, for them we need to provide uh, implementation thing as a dependency in the dependency injection. So implementation thing we will be providing, like suppose single, then we will be defining here whatever is the type of that expect, and then the implementation. So basically implementation is different, so we'll be providing implementation from here, right? Like this. So that's how these are the platform specific modules, right? And we are passing them here, right? This is for Android. Now let's move on to the iOS. Let's open the Xcode. Meanwhile that is opening, we need to make some changes here as well in the iOS main. So yeah, let it open. So we need to add few lines of code here as well. So inside the iOS main, so we will be creating one Kotlin class that is Koin iOS, and inside this iOS modules we will be providing this like this, so for providing the Android specific modules, and then init Koin iOS function, and inside this we will be calling the additional modules is equal to iOS modules, list of iOS modules, right? So we can remove this directly and call this function like this, right? And this function will be calling from the Swift side. This is the iOS app, right? Here we are adding the init method, and inside init we are calling iOS dot do init Koin iOS. So that function file will be available as Koin iOS kt here, this file, right? And then this method will be available as like do init Koin, right? And here let's import Compose app. Let's confirm once what is the name for the iOS side. Yeah, base name is Compose app, right? This is done. And now just for testing, let's try to run the iOS app so that it will sync up the code. I guess we made one mistake. Yeah, it should be like this. Let's stop it. Okay, let it stop itself. Let's do setup for other platforms for desktop and JS, right? Then we will be trying to running these apps, right? So for the desktop, let's create the package di and create the class and JVM. All right, and it should be similar. Okay, init Koin JVM, and then let's call this method here. It will provide the Koin application instance, right? Which we can use to get all the dependencies here, right? Similarly, let's do this for JS main as well. Inside this, create one package. Inside this, let's create one file, Koin.js, and JS modules. This and this change. Now let's call it well Koin init Koin.js, right? This is for it, and it's still not stopping. Yeah, let's try to run any of the apps to see if setup is done or not correctly. Yeah, it is running fine as of now. So let's move on to the next setup, that is the setup of Ktor client, right? So inside here, let's create one directory, features, because we will be using the feature wise approach. And inside this, we will be creating one package for some common data, right? Common, then data, and inside data, we will have API, right? So inside the features, we will have other features as well, right? Like I will show you pose profile. If I will create this, but this will go inside this. I will show you how, because by default it does not allow us to create packages inside that in this wizard. So let's open it in Finder. Then we will see API. Even let's open this DI, and then I will show you. So you can go to the directory level and then add it. So inside this we have common. We will have some other features as well. If I show you, here we can add one other folder as well. For example, let's create login, right? And now let's come here. If you see, so this is login, this is common feature, and inside common we can have like data directories for the data of the clean architecture, right? Inside data we have API, so that's why I'm adding it here. So let's create one class, that is HTTP client, and let's create client as well. Right, inside this we need to install content negotiation plugin. I will explain its meaning, give me 2 minutes. Then JSON, inside JSON we need to set up some JSON specific configuration, pretty true while printing logs. It should pretty format them, right? And we need to add ignore unknown keys. So in case API returns some unknown keys, it does not find in the data classes. So for the like to which class we are typecasting that. So in that case, it will ignore unknown keys and will not throw any error, right? And another one is logging, right? Logger, default, logger level. This one. Then we have log level. Log level dot headers. Sanitize headers. So log level, what kind of information we want to print, we can get it to all. And sanitize headers. So basically what it will do, it will sanitize, it will remove the authentication headers, right? Which headers it will remove? HTTP headers dot authorization. This is the sensitive information, it will not print them in the logging, right, for the network calls. So this one, content negotiation, is basically it is used for two purposes. First one is negotiating media types between the client and server, right, in the APIs. So like if you see, if you know about it a little bit in the API, what kind of data we can accepting from the API, that thing it handles. And also what data we are posting in the API or sending in the API, that thing also it handles, right? And now let's add this inside the network module. Okay, this is of type HTTP client and it will return HTTP client, that implementation, right? And let's add, because this is for networking part, and now let's do very main thing that most of the Android developers forget. We need to add one permission here, that is of internet, right? So this is done. Ktor setup is done. So now let's move on to the next step of setting up SqlDelight, right? So SqlDelight, basically for SqlDelight we write the SQL statements in .sq files, right? From those statements it creates a table, right? And then it generates types a function for every function which we are defining in the, you can say, labeled SQL statements in .sq file. For every labeled SQL statement, it generates types of functions which we can use in the queries, right? For each kind of .sq file, it create the queries classes, right? Suppose I will show you how. Suppose here we have SqlDelight. Suppose I have added one file here, recipe entity.sq, right? So here, as of now, I'm not writing any statements. So here, suppose I am adding one. This is inside this. Down here, I will be writing some statements. This is the label. With this name, it will create methods. I will show you whenever we will be adding all the statements here. As of now, I'm just adding the empty entity, right? And for this name, suppose we have recipe entity name. For this table, after creating table, it will create queries for this. How it will name that recipe entity? It will name it according to this name, recipe entity, then queries, right? Like this class, right? For queries, we can use that. It will pick up the name and then add the queries suffix, right? And now let's create the drivers. So now let's add the drivers for SqlDelight. First of all, we need to create one package, db factory. We will be creating expect and actual classes for this, right? A database factory, and this will be the expect class. And we have one function that is create driver, and it will return SQL driver, right? Now we need to add the missing actual declarations, right? Let's add them. Okay, so it's added. Now, so for Android part, we will be returning the Android SqlDelight, driver, and here we will be using the. So basically, whenever you will be building the project, it will create the database with this name at this package, right? Oof. I think we have made one mistake here. So package is org.this and we have added the com. So we need to update this first of all. Let's rename it. So it should be org. And I guess this one is also not true. We have made it. We need to set it. We cannot directly set it, right? Now sync it. Now let's see if it has generated the database or not. Recipe app, mp app, db. Let's try to run it so that it will generate. And first of all, let's comment it. Let's comment, then we will build it once so that it will generate the required classes. Fine. Now let's try. So here we need to pass the schema basically, right? For that, yeah, if you see, it has generated the database at this location, right? In the build directory, it has generated the appdb class, right? So appdb dot schema dot, here we need to pass this synchronous, right? But for the JS, we will be creating the asynchronous version. That's why we have added the made this function as suspended. But for these few drivers require the synchronous version of that, right? So we can use this. It provides the schema interface, and then from this it provides this method for getting this synchronous version of getting the schema, right? Synchronous way, sorry, right? And one more thing, we need to pass the context here from Android side, right? And then we can define one db file name here. So we want to name it app.db, okay, or maybe cmp-app.db, right? And not here, we need to add it in the expect class, right? So that it will be available in all platform, right? db file name, right? These three parameters it is accepting. And now let's provide the implementation for other platforms. Let's go to the iOS one, right? So in case of iOS, we need to return native SqlDelight driver, this one, and it again requires the synchronous version, and then it does not require context, just the file name, right? And then let's move on to the desktop. It requires, let's first of all create the drivers, jdbc SqlDelight driver, and inside this it's a little bit different way of creating this. This is defining the type in memory. So we will be using the SqlDelight driver in memory, SqlDelight driver, right? And then here we will be using the await create, right? And then return driver, that this will create the driver. So here it is the asynchronous way, right? And then let's go to the JS part. Here again we need to create the driver and web worker drivers, and inside this we need to add worker, and then we need to write a little bit JS code here, right? In triple quoted strings basically. New URL, let's check it on its documentation for SQLite JS. Let's copy this, or even maybe let's copy this full code, right, so that there will not be any mistake. Okay, and now again we need to await create driver and then return driver. So this is the way of creating driver for the all the platforms. because we are using the synchronous way. That's why await create. If you want to use the simple one, we can use the create. But for this, it requires a synchronous way, right? So we are doing that. And now code for drivers is done. Few additional steps as well we need to do with setup of this SqlDelight, right? So next step is we need to add linker flags, right? So basically for attaching it with the iOS side, right? So now we need to add SQLite linker flags for our iOS side, right? Let's open the Xcode and open our project. So we need to go in the settings, project settings. Other linker flags, right? And here we need to add SQL linker SQLite 3, SQLite 3, right? This is for iOS. Let's try to run it to confirm. Okay, so as of now it's working fine. Let's move on to our SQLite setup, sorry. And then we need to add Webpack config as well for JS part. So inside, if we go here in the JS part, inside the SQLJS worker, we can find this Webpack config as well, right? We need to copy this and then add it. So let's add that. We need to add it in the Compose app. Let's create one directory, Webpack to config.t. Yeah, and SqlJS. Let's create one file basically. SqlJS config.js. Right. So this step is also done. So just for confirmation, let's try to run it on JS as well. Let's once delete this log file. So as of now it's working fine. Okay. So now let's quickly add this this driver factory in the Koin modules, right? For the dependency injection, right? So first of all, let's set up it in the Android specific part. So here we can set up that single and drivers factory database factory, right? Yeah, right. For this is the Android part. Similarly, we need to add it inside the iOS modules. It does not require context, and then in the JS and JVM, then let's add it inside the JVM JS as well. Yeah, that's it done. And now let's add one more class, that is DB helper, that will be helpful for creation of the database instance, right? Because we are using the asynchronous way. So yeah, let's create that. So first of all, let's add inside the feature common data, and then at the API level, let's add one directory, database, right here, right? So here we will be adding the DB helper class, right? So this class will be accepting the driver factory, that is database factory instance, right? And then we will be creating the DB. Let's define the one instance of DB as well. Let's make it nullable. And then let's use the mutex, because this is needed because we are using the asynchronous way, right? So that it cannot be accessed by multiple threads at the same time, where we will be creating the instance, right? Then we can define one suspend function, that will be the generic function. So we can define its result of any type. Right, and so this is basically the result that will be returned from this, right? If we want to return from this block as well, right? So this block is suspend function, right? That is accepting this parameter of this DB instance type, right? And its result type will be the result. This result, I will show you how it's working. So let's use the mutex with lock here, so that it will be accessed by only one variable. So mutex dot with lock, if on some method or variable, suppose on this variable DB, so we are accessing it inside the mutex dot with lock, so another, it can be accessed by at only single thread at one time, right? Cannot be accessed by multiple threads, right? So now we will be checking if DB equal to null. So if it is null, it means we will be creating the create DB, and we will be defining this function here, right? Driver factory. So here we will be returning the dot, basically with DB. Inside this it will requiring the driver, right? Dot create driver, and its return type will be app.db, right? So we will be creating the DB here and passing the driver factory here. And otherwise, if it's already created, then we will just return execute that block, which we will be performing. Suppose with database, every kind of transaction or queries we are performing in this block, right? We will be calling this function, and then inside this block we will be performing any kind of results, any kind of transactions. So if this DB is null, we will be creating this so that we can use it. Otherwise, we will be just returning that transactions return type, right? That's where we are using, that's why we are using this generic type here, right? Because we don't know what kind of type can be there. From the queries results, it can be any type, right? So this is about this DB helper class. And now let's create one more class, that is the DAO class, right? So for recipe, as of now, we will be just creating the simple DAO class. We will not be implementing all the methods. That is the recipe DAO, right? And so DAOs we will be creating for accessing the database, right? So for creating the clean architecture, we are using the DAO. For each kind of entity, we'll be creating its DAO, right? Data access objects, right? And it will be accessing the DB helper, because DB helper is we have created for accessing the database or doing all kind of transactions, right? And as of now, just define this one method that is for testing. So this is just for testing purpose, right? Now let's add these classes inside the dependencies as well, inside the cache module, right? Because that is for the DB, right? So first one is for, let's create it for the dispatcher dot default. If we will be needing this dispatcher, we can use it directly passing from the dependency, right? Its type is coroutine context. Then let's pass the create the scope as well, right? So this coroutine scope requires dispatcher. It will be requiring it from this dependency, and we are now good to use this coroutine scope. If in any class we need to pass this, we can directly pass it from here. Then single db helper, and inside this we are accepting the database driver, so database factory, right? And finally we will be creating the recipe DAO. It again requires one, that is db helper, right? So we are done with this SqlDelight setup now, guys. So let's move on to the next part, creating models and data sources, right? So for the calling the API, we need to create some data classes and data sources for clean architecture, right? So let's continue with that. First of all, we need to create a recipe item class, right? Common main, this common, yeah. So inside this common, we have this data, and now we will be creating a domain as well. Okay. So in the domain, then let's create entities, then add recipe item, right? So this is the class which we will be using for our convenience, right? From the API, we will be converting the response to this class, right? We will be using this everywhere. So let's add ID. We will be using long because SqlDelight returns long while we will be fetching that, right? Instead of int, we can use long here. Title, description, category, area, image URL, YouTube link, ingredients. Ingredients will be a list of string, right? Instructions, again a list of strings. Is favorite. This one we will be using while saving it in the local DB. Rating, recipe time duration. This one we are just setting it dummy value, right? because we will be using the MailDB API. In that we are not getting it, so we will be using it as hard-coded. Difficulty, these two values we have hard-coded because just for like making the layouts professional, so I'm using these values, but they are not available there in the MailDB API, I guess. So this is the recipe class. Now one more thing, while fetching the data from the API, we need to create one class for that as well, right? Let's just go to the MailDB API and just call this API. So this is the API response. So we need to pick up this data, just copy this JSON object, and we will be creating one data class, the common data models. Okay, we will name it recipe API item. Okay, so even let's not create with this, let's create it with this plugin. This is the data class file from JSON plugin. You can just paste the API response and it can create the class, right? We can give it name and few settings. We want val types, no label, and annotation is for Kotlin serialization, right? If you see, it have created everything for all us, but for few things it have added the any type, right? So let's just modify that. Probably that will be string in most cases. Let's make it string nullable, right? So now our data class is ready. If otherwise we will have to manually add all these classes and then these annotations, right? It would have taken a lot of time, but that plugin have made it pretty easier, right? And now one more thing, because this is the response we will be getting from the API, but we will be using this class at every place, right? So we will be converting this class to this class, right? For that we will be creating one extension function basically. To recipe item, right? Or we can say to recipe item nullable. Okay, so here we will be adding, first of all we need to apply one check. If id is not equal to null, only then we will be returning the recipe item, right? Else it will be null. So now let's convert them. So we have id will be the id mail. We need to convert it to long, we are using it in long. Then we have title. For title we will be picking up the str mail because the field names are a little bit different here in this API call. As this is nullable, so we can add empty string if it is null, right? This is the Elvis operator. If it is null, it will be empty. And description will be again add the same as title because we don't have any description here. Then we can have category, str category. Then we can have area, str area, and then we have image URL, str mail thumb. So this is the image URL, right? Then we have YouTube link, str YouTube. Okay, then we have ingredients. So basically for ingredients we will have to do a lot of work manually here. So what is that? I will show you, because it's showing ingredients and measures. If you see ingredient measure, so basically this ingredient and how much amount of this. So we'll be making them one string, right? Like this, then dash this, right? We'll be picking up this like string str ingredient one hyphen, or you can say dash str measure one, its quantity, right? This is a little bit of work involved here. List of not null, we can pick up this. So dollar str ingredient one, then we have this, we can use colon instead of dash, we can use this, right? Str measure one, right? By this way, and then we will be just copy pasting them and changing the number, right? It's 2 2 3 4 5 6 9 10 11 12 13 14. Let's just pick up only 14 ingredients. Okay, this one, right? Then we have instructions, and for instructions as well we will be, so if you see this str instructions is just a string, right? So we will be just doing one workaround for that. So this is the instructions, depending upon some dot or commas you will be extracting them, right, into multiple, right? Or you can keep this one in single string as well, but I wanted to create it as a list, so that's why I'm converting it. So we will be splitting it on the basis of dot where one statement is finishing. Then I will be converting it into it dot trim dot replace. So we can replace few spaces and other things for new line as well. Dot, yeah. So basically now I want to capitalize first word of this, right? For that I will be creating one util actually. Capitalize first word. Okay, so this is just extension function, right, on the string. So while we create extension function on the string, so suppose on the string this string dot capitalize, right? This is the received type and its value is available as this, right? On which we are calling it, its value will be available as this. Replace first char it dot uppercase, right? So now whatever will be written here on that, we will be applying this capitalized first word. And now we will be, from this we will be filtering it dot is not empty. So it should not be empty, right? Then we have is favorite, which is false. Then we have rating. Let's give one hard-coded rating 3. And because we have applied it, not nullable. So if all this part is null, then we will be just adding empty list here, right? Okay. So this part is nothing complex. There is for this ingredients we picked up two fields, ingredient and how much amount of that to use. They have provided it as a separate item. We have just created one list, right, for picking up all the ingredients. And this is just a string on the basis of dot where one statement is ending like this. Suppose this is the first, then this will be the second instruction, then third, so on, right? So that's why we have split it, and then create split will create a list of string, and then we have converted those strings into the capital first word, right? We have capitalized the first word of each string, right? Then we have filtered the string should not be null, and if all this part can be null, if this is null, then this will become null. Then we are passing the empty list, right? This is for getting the data from the API and converting the item to the recipe, right? And now, so basically, because in the API you will be getting this kind of data, right? So we need to create one data class for this whole item as well, whole content, right? For this we have created item, but now we have this mails and the list of this item. In this class, in the complete API response, we have list of this item, recipe API item, right? So let's add that class as well here. Recipe API, recipe list API response, right? So this will be again a data class at the rate serializable, and inside this we have only one entity, that is mails. This is the name of the entity. So if I go here and tell you this is our name, we can use according to our convention whatever we'll be using, but this is the name which we'll be getting from the API, serial name, right? So now mails, and then we have mails, and that is the list of recipe API item. Okay, so this is the main class which will be modeling from this API, right? While getting the data, then, right, the response will be mapped to this class. So now let's create the data sources as well. Okay, so now inside the features, let's add one feature, that is the feed. So inside the feed, let's add feed data source as well. Again, we will be making the architecture clean. So let's add data and domain directories, and then UI, right? Open in Finder, data domain, and then whatever will be needed, we'll be adding, right? So to keep the code clean, right? So that there will not be, the testing will be easier, nothing will be like dependent on only one class, right? So we will be creating the data sources as well, which will provide the data, right? They can be local source or remote source. Then we can use those sources in the repository layer, right? Then repository layer can connect with the view model, right? Or if we need to like repeat some repository at multiple places, so we can create use cases as well then, right? So that if we are using the repository at multiple places and some data is changed in repository, we need to make that change in multiple places. But if we use case, then only that single use case, then we are aware that we need to make change at one place, right? This make code more robust, right? And for data sources and for most of the classes, we will be creating interfaces as well because it makes testing easier, right? So inside data, let's add data sources directory. And inside data sources, let's add one data source interface. This is for local data source. Local means it will be getting data from the local DB, right? And one will be the remote, that will be getting data from the network, right? So this is basically, let's make it interface and define one function that is get recipes list, and return type is, because we will be using this data class, not the API response, not this one. This one is just for the API, for API mapping, right? So this is it, and now let's provide its implementation. As of now, just provide the mock code there. Let's add to do actually. We will be implementing it. Once we will be creating the all the Daos for SqlDelight DB, right? And this is for local, and then we can similarly we can create remote data source. If the response type and everything is similar, we can create single interface as well, and we can extend then implement that two ways, right? Suppose this can be the interface, simple interface feed data source, we can name it like this, feed data source, and then we can create two implementations, feed local data source, feed remote data source. Both can be implementing this, but yeah, we can use any of the architecture, any of the way. I'm using it like keeping it separate. Okay. And here again, let's add as of now. Okay. So this is for the creating the data sources and data items, right, for the feed. Now next part is writing APIs and database queries, right, so that we can complete this, right? So let's move on to next part. So writing APIs and database queries, right? So we will be writing the APIs here. So first of all, let's create the queries, right? So for recipe entity in the local DB, how we will be inserting the database, right? So let's first of all create table, and in the local DB we will be naming it recipe, right? And we have here ID and its type is integer, not null, primary key. So field name, its type, some constraints, not null, and primary key, both are constraints, right? This is the way of defining queries in SqlDelight if you go through its documentation. The next field will be, and also one more thing, maybe we can add here auto increment, so that it will be auto incremented ID, right? After inserting one record, it will be adding it as one, suppose, right? And then after when we'll be inserting the new record, it will be auto incrementing it will be incrementing it from 1 to 2 for next item, right? Then we have title, and for string fields we use the text here, not null. And now let's copy paste it because it will be repeating multiple times. This is for title. Then we can have description, then we can have category, and then area, then image URL, YouTube link, ingredients. So ingredients is now basically text, but as it will be saved in SqlDelight form, right? List of string, right? We can import this list kotlin.collections.list, and this is kotlin.string text as list of string. So this is kind of doing a mapping here, right? So list of string will be stored as a comma separated string in the JSON. You can say from the list of string we will be converting it into one string using the commas, right? And then we will be saving that as here. Then instructions again, and finally few more values. Is favorite. So is favorite is basically a boolean, but we will be storing the boolean as an integer 0 or 1. 0 for false, 1 for true. Then we have rating, again it's integers. Then we have duration, it is text. We can give some default value as well, like this. This is just for explaining how we can give default value as, because we are covering all the aspects of SqlDelight here, right? And then we have final field, and its value can be default as easy. And finally this terminate this statement. Okay, and just remove it from last. So this is for the creating table. This is the create table query, right? Create table, this is the create table statement, you can say, right? So not query but statement. And then I will show you how we can create labeled statements, right? Suppose I want to insert recipe, so this is the label. So while it will be generating a db, right? So then what will happen is, if I go to db helper, I will show you in the database factory, and then just suppose, let's go here. So if you see this db it have created here in this schema, right? How it will be creating the queries, right? For that recipe, how it will be creating the queries. So once we have labeled the statement, so it will be creating that method. So how it will be creating statements, basically this is the schema, right? And for this, while creating the queries, so for each Daos, suppose recipe entity is the name of the table, it will create recipe entity queries class in the schema, right? So there it will create functions with the same name which we are writing the label here. So let's write the statement insert into, and we have recipe id, and here we can have the statement items like this. ID, title, we need to add all the fields, category, area, image URL, YouTube link. Then we have ingredients, instructions, is favorite. We need to maintain the order here in this. We need to add the fields in the same order they are in the table. Duration, difficulty. Okay, and so this is the way of writing queries. Insert into this clause, right? And then we have this table name and its fields, and then we will be specifying the values, right? And here we are using the prepared statements. It will automatically map them, right? We are using the question mark. If you see, it will generate types a function for any labeled SQL statements in .sq file, right? For player, it will create player queries class, right? Similar, we have recipe item queries class, right? And if I show you, if you see, this do automatically binding, right? SQL.sq files use the exact same syntax as SQLite, SQL bind arguments, right? So if you see, SqlDelight will infer the correct type and nullability of runtime parameters, including custom column types. So you can see here we have specified the question mark, right? So it will automatically map them to the required type. Similarly, we can have named argument as well. These are just instructions, you can read it here. And then we have insert value arguments can be bound to with the tables data class, right? Insert into hockey player. I think we can, those adding those fields is optional, we can remove them as well. It will automatically map the item, right? So that is just a glimpse of this I wanted to show you. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have got 10. And how many fields we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, right? So now let's move on to the next. So for absurd statement, it's a little bit different way of writing. For label, we can write this label and then colon. For absurd recipe, we can use it like this. Update recipe, set title equal to title, then we have description equal to description. This is the way of writing absurd. I will show you. Grouping statements, yeah. So you can see absurd, update. So basically it will do binding with these columns, right? So update set column. So in this method, these fields, it will update these fields, whatever we will be passing in the method, it will update them to those fields, whatever we will be passing. It's doing a binding at actually here. Category, then we have area, then we have image URL, then we have YouTube link. These are few things which you will have to learn how to write query. Documentation is also there, so it's not that difficult. You can just follow the documentation. Then we have rating. After ingredients, I guess we have instructions as well. Okay, then rating, then we have duration, then we have difficulty, right? And so update this class, this is the update statement, set these fields, so these will be the arguments in the methods. It will pick up those values and update them. These are the named arguments, you can see, right? If I show you, you can say these are the named arguments. If we are using, instead of question mark, that is doing the binding actually, right, by the type automatically, but these are the named arguments, they are not the variable argument, these are the variable arguments, right? So by these names we will be accepting parameters in the method which it will generate, and then it will be updating them, right? And as you know, if you know about little bit about queries, then we need to provide the where condition. So update recipe set these fields where id equal to id. So we are not updating id because we are applying the id in the where clause, right? And ignore into. So now here again we have this. So if it found the record, right, it will update that. Otherwise, it will insert it. That is kind of absurd, you can see, right? And here also, inside the values, instead of these question marks, we need to use the named parameters, right? After this, values. So here we have id. So maybe we can pick up them and add the colon before them, right? Title. Then statement termination, right? This is about the absurd. Select all recipes. Select star from recipe. This is pretty easy statement. Then we have select recipe by id, and here we are applying one check as well and doing the binding. Whatever will be the parameter for this, it will create parameter, whatever will be value, it will add that here in the query. Then we have update recipe as well. This is the absurd, not the update, right? If it will find the data, it will update, otherwise it will insert. That is the absurd. And this is the update. Update recipe, and then these fields, set title. Here instead of named argument, we will be passing it variable arguments. Right, and again where id equal to question mark. and statement and okay. And now we have delete recipe, delete recipe by id, delete from this statement is like this where id equal to this. And then finally we have delete all recipes. It will be delete from recipe. Without any condition, it will delete all recipes. Now we will specify the adapter types for custom column types. So now let's add column adapters. So if you notice, we have used the list as types, right? But directly we cannot use the list as column types, right? For that we need to provide the adapter and tell SqlDelight how to convert them, right? So for that, so if you see, we need to add this dependency first of all. Let's sync it. Done. And now we can check these adapters exist, right? Float, int, short, for these kind of, they already exist, right? Suppose for example for short, it store it as int long. For int, it store it as long, right? For float as well, it store it as double. It do them automatically, right? But now suppose how we can create this for list of string to string, right? So we can use this and so here we will be adding those adapters. Okay, Kotlin list of strings adapter, right? And we can convert it. We can make it any change if needed. But I guess it's already implemented there, right? So it will convert list of string. So it will convert between list of string and string, right? It will store list of string as string in the database, right? And while retrieving, it will provide it again as list of string from the string, right? And finally, we need to add this adapter while we are creating the driver, right? So if you see here, here we will be providing the adapter recipe dot adapter ingredients adapter list of strings adapter comma instructions. For all the fields where we are using the list, we need to provide adapter, and this same adapter will work for both of them. Make sure to invoke this one here, which is with the merged package recipe. This is the created class from SqlDelight, right? You see, this is inside this package. Okay, now let's create the recipe DAO, right? We will be writing queries there. Even before that, let's create one mapper, right? So basically mapper is, it will convert the recipe recipe entity which we will get from the SqlDelight to the recipe item which we are using everywhere, right? Recipe entity mapper. Okay, and here let's say let's just make it recipe entity mapper, so it will accept recipe and directly it will provide recipe item. Okay, recipe.id, recipe.title, description. After description we have category, then area, then image URL, YouTube link, ingredients, instructions. Then we have his favorite. Let's set default. Recipe dot rating. Then we have duration. Then we have difficulty. So these are nullables, so we can set some default value here in case of if they are null. Right now, inside this recipe DAO, let's come back. So just remove this and we will be writing all the methods basically here. First of all, let's write it for insert recipe. So we will be getting the data as recipe item. As I said, we will be using this item everywhere, right? So let's do our work. DB with database. So basically this DB helper with database function. This is the suspend function, right? And inside this suspend block, whatever we are returning, that will be returned. Otherwise, it will just do this stuff every time. This will basically happen only once. Once DB will be available, then it will not come inside this condition and directly execute whatever we are doing there, right? So inside this block, now we need to use, so basically it will provide database as well. If you see here, yeah, if this is providing the DB and this DB, right? With this DB we can do now our stuff, right? Database dot, if you see now, this is the class generated with all the queries, right? If you see, I will show you. So insert recipe, this method, right? So if I show you where we wrote these methods, if you see insert recipe, so this is that method. And then next can we have, it have not generated all the methods. Maybe let's clean it and regenerate it. So if you see, now it's cleared. But now if I will be just, let's comment it and running it, so then it will be generating. Then now let's see. If you see, it should now generate. You can see select all recipes. Then we have select all recipes without arguments, right? Then recipe by ID, select recipe by ID, right? Then select recipe by ID. These are its internal mapper methods as well, right? Two methods generating, right? So yeah, you can see now for each label it has generated all the methods. So we will be using them, right? So here we will be using the insert recipe. So recipe dot recipe item. dot id dot title category area dot image url dot youtube link ingredients. And now, depending upon his favorite, we will be deciding. Suppose if his favorite, so it will be true or false here, right? But we need to set it 1 or 2 here, right? So if it's true, 1, else 0, right? And then rating, then we have duration, then recipe item dot difficulty. What it's saying is favorite. This one is long. And duration, difficulty. Now what? Which parameter is missing? ID, title, description, category, area, image URL, YouTube link, ingredients. Yeah, is one parameter. Instructions. Yes, we don't need to convert it, right? So due to this missing field, it was showing the wrong order, right? So this is for insert recipe, and now we can see. Let's add one method for update recipe. If you see update, you don't need to pass ID here, and we need to pass ID in the end. If you see here, and if you see update, yeah, this is the update recipe. So ID is in the last. This will be used in the where condition. That's why it is the last parameter, right? So this is about the update. And now let's. So this is for insert single insert, right? But if we want to insert multiple items together in the bulk, so this is the optimized way. So rather than looping over the items and calling this function multiple times, this one for each item, that is the wrong way. But we should use this once, and inside this we can use the loop. That is the better way, right? That will not be that much slower as it will be if we will be calling this method inside the loop. Instead, we should use the loop inside here, right? Insert recipes bulk, and here we will be getting the list. Okay, and here we will be applying the loop. Okay, we can get recipe item here. Okay, yep, that's it for bulk, right? Now similarly we can have upsert as well for bulk if we want to update multiple items, right? Instead of calling one method inside the loop, we can use the loop inside this DB helper with database method, right? Upsert recipes bulk, date recipe. Let's put it in the end. Then we can have, so then we can have get all recipes. This will be generating the list of recipe item, right? So here we need to return basically, right? From other methods, you are not returning anything. So here database, okay, database dot is recipe entity queries dot select all recipes dot. So now we have two methods here: await as list or execute as list, right? Because we are using the asynchronous driver, so we will be using the asynchronous method here, await as list. This will be non-blocking, right? If we use execute all, that will be blocking. Dot map. Now we will be mapping it, right? We will use our recipe entity mapper which we created, right? That's all. And just suppose and then get recipe by id, right? That is long, id will be long, and it will return single recipe. So select recipe by id, we will be passing the id here. Then for list we use the await as list, but for single we use await as one or null. And then we will be mapping it. And instead of map, because map is for using the loop, but for this we can use the let. And then I guess we didn't made it nullable. Yeah, we didn't made that nullable, that's why it was showing this error. So now let's move on to the next method, that is delete recipe by id. But we are not doing this, but I wanted to show you writing the queries. Delete recipe by id. So here we can use the delete recipe by id. And I think we have misspelled this. It's fine, I think we can change it later. So then after deleting, we don't need to do anything here. And also we don't need to return. Okay. This is now for all writing all the queries. We are done with it. Now let's move on to the writing API part. So here we will be adding the base URL, our base URL, right? Const val base base URL. So what is our base URL? So if I show you till here, we have our base URL, right? Yep. Till here we have our base URL, and also update. Let's update because we have written the DAO for local queries. We can update this DAO as well. We can get db recipe DAO, sorry, recipe DAO here, and we can use return recipe DAO dot get all recipes, right? Now let's move on to the feed local, feed remote data source. Here we will be writing our API, right? So here let's accept HTTP client, and these data sources we need to add them inside the dependency injection as well for Koin. So we will add them here. Single feed local data source IMPL get, we can call the get method directly. If suppose it's accepting this recipe DAO, right? If we have defined recipe DAO elsewhere, it will automatically pick that up, right? By the get method. So we need to define this recipe DAO as well somewhere. Not sure if we have defined it. Yeah, we have already defined it. So if it's defined here, so Koin will automatically you provide this implementation at that place, right? That's the power of Koin, right? And similarly, we can provide its type as well, or core interface, and what it's saying, read local data source. Oops, we have not implemented that here. Let's override. Okay, fine. And here as well, remote data source and override suspend. Okay, and now we can add remote data source implementation as well. Fine, we are done with this. And now let's write some queries here. So first of all, we will be getting the response from this API. HTTP response dot, we will be calling the get, and here let's say base URL, then search dot php. For list we are using this basically search one, right? If you see this one, because it does not provide direct list, it provides list by some keyword, right? If you see, so base URL is basically this till 1. I guess we need to update base URL 1, right? So now with this keyword it provide all the list with this keyword matching all the search items with this. So for all the food items with this keyword matching, it will provide all them inside the list, right? So here basically we will be just adding a dummy keyword that will provide us some results. F equal to B. Okay, with B it provides okay, list all meals by first letters. This one, sorry, not this one. We are using this one, right? So with B keyword it's providing us many results, right? So this is the HTTP response. It will return HTTP response, right? If you see this get method, and then we will convert it list API. We will get response from this basically. We will map it kind of, right? HTTP response dot, we use the body method for that, right? Body, and here we can specify the type, to which type we are doing mapping, and we created one class for that, this one, right? So now that response will be mapped to this class, right? So first of all we call this get method. This will just return it accept two parameters, URL string, and then if we want to provide some body, request body, some parameters in the body, that, right? So then it returns the HTTP response, and then from there we can call the body method. This will provide us the mapped response. So API response will be mapped to this data class, right? Which we can use easily. Now from this we will be returning our data, right? Dot meals. This has meals as list of recipe API items, right? And them we will be mapping them, right? Map not null it dot to recipe, which this method we added right already there. While creating this class we added this method to converting it to the recipe item, which we are using everywhere in our app, right? So this method is done now, and we are done with adding data sources as well. Now let's move on. So basically this API part and cache part, local database part, for the feed it is ready, right? Now we will be creating the repo and view model for this, right? So let's create the feed repo basically. So let's go to the features and the feed, then inside domain let's add our core feed repository interface, right? Inside the domain, let's add one package, repositories, because repository interface goes in the domain. The clean architecture, feed repository, right? So interface, feed repository, then we have suspend function, get recipes list, right? And this will be basically we will be using the result. I will tell you about this class, list of recipe item, right? So this result class basically it provides few values, like if it's success is failure, right? Or get result, so these kind of things, right? So that in the API some error or success is there, we can work accordingly, right? We can check its type, if it's success, if failure, that thing, right? It's pretty easy to use with the API calling, right? Now let's provide the inside the data. Now we will provide the implementation inside the data. Domain is the core because we have defined the interfaces here, so that everything we will be implementing them. They are not depending upon anything. That is the core domain, right? Domain should not depend upon anything else, right? Instead, everything should depend upon this, right? So that if anything happens there in the implementation, we can change its implementation, but we will be using this at all places inside the dependencies or inside the constructor calls or everywhere, right? That's why it does not break the code, right? So here again, because it does not allow us creating directory at the same level, here we can create the repositories directory. We'll update it. Okay, and let's just directly add it there. impl, make it class, override this method, and implement the feed repository, override this method, right? And here we will be, because at the repository level we need to use both local or remote data, right? So for that we will be using feed local data source, and this is where I was talking about, like we use interfaces at core places, right? Instead of directly using the implementations, right? So that we can this way, if we need to change the implementation or rename anything, that becomes pretty easy. Only the class which is extending this, that need to be changed. At other places we don't need to change anything else, right? That's the power of clean architecture. Remote data source, similarly for remote data source, right? So here you will see, let's, because we will be doing it inside the try catch block, so that if some kind of exception happens, I will show you what is the use of now that result class as well, right? So let's say some error happens, that then we will return the result dot failure, e dot with e. So the result dot failure, so it has this function which will return result with error and then success as well. So we can check that result accordingly, right? If type is failure, type is success, according to that we can update our results or our messages in the view model, right? Recipe list cache, so we will be getting it from the local data source. First we will be checking it. Let's rename it get recipes list, and here we are checking the count, and if now if data is available inside the cache, we will directly return that. Now result dot success, we will return result.success here, and that cache data. Else, what we will do is we will be calling the API. So this way, if at first time it will not find in the cache, but second time it will update it in the cache. We will do it here, and then second time it will directly fetch the result from the cache. It will not call the API. So this is the API call, right? And this is from the cache. So here let's API response, and here we will be using the remote data source category recipes list. And if you see, and now what we need to do is save them dot in the we will use the local data source here for saving in the insert. No, we need to add the now save method as well here, right? Save recipes list of recipe item, right? So list of recipe item, and we need to provide its implementation as well. Override, right? And here recipe dow dot insert recipes bulk, really passing recipes, right? We don't need to return. Let's take this. Okay, and so now if you see here, we can just save recipes list here, and we can return this list as well. Sorry, result dot success this, right? So if you see it, if it is from cache, it will pick up it from cache, otherwise it will fetch from the network, right? So this is about this. Currently we are adding just the one method inside the repository for getting the feed data. Now just quickly create the feed UI state. Feed, let's add one UI package for that, and feed UI state. So inside this class, what things we will be having? So we can have recipes list, right? That will be of type recipe item. And what else we can have? We can have recipe list is loading, right? This can be of boolean, and by default we can set it true. We will assume it's true, right? Then recipe list error, we can set this as well with error message nullable. Initially it will be null. This is the UI state. Next we will be creating the view model. So let's create the feed view model. Repository is done. Okay, so inside the UI we can create the view model, right? And we will be passing the repository here, because repository will be connecting with both network or local data source, but with the view model we are just interacting with the repository, right? And let's add one state variable here, that is about the state, right? Because ideally we expose the state from the view model, right? That is mutable state flow of feed UI state, right? And then let's add the public variable that is video state, and it is of state flow type, right? Okay, let's set the empty. Not empty, even let's make it null, right? Okay, so then we have init, and here using the ViewModel scope dot launch, we can call feed repository dot get recipes list. Even let's make one more change here, not call it directly, we will call it inside this, and here we will be calling that, okay, suspend function. And if recipes list dot, yeah, the one class which I was talking about is, if you see its type is result, and result can have like is success, is error, two methods which will provide us like if it is successful or if there is some error. If it is success, then we can get the data. If it is error, we can get the error message, right? So if it is successful, so then what we will do is we will update this value. So we use the copy method, right? If we just need to keep other fields similar but only want to update few fields, right? We use the copy method. It keeps this, all the fields from this plus whatever we are updating, that will be updated only, right? Not every field, right? So here recipes list dot get or null, or maybe we can set default as empty list. We can call the get or default, right? This is again available on the result class, which is inbuilt Kotlin class, right? And we can update. Suppose after API is successful, we got the data. This thing we will be getting the data, and another thing can be is loading. We can make it false because now it's not loading, right? So this is the success case, and now we can add the error case as well. And so this is one more way to update this data. I will show you. This is directly we are updating it, but we can use the update method as well. It is thread safe as well, right? So it will provide us the old value it dot copy, and again the similar way we are updating this value, calling using the value method, the states values, but this is the mutable state flow. We are updating its value using the value, right? And what we're doing is we were getting its value first and then just updating these fields, right? Here also we will doing this video state dot update method provides its value here, right? It dot copy. So we can, instead of this, we can set recipe list error, right? And for error we will be getting it exception or null dot message. This class, this is a result class, right? It will be providing the data of list of recipe item type, but in case of error it will be providing us exception, and we can get the message from that exception, right? And here also we need to set this false, right? So this is about the get recipes list. Now let's add this view model inside the ViewModel module of the Koin for dependency injection, right? So here we are adding its implementation. Get it requires one variable feed repository, which is also defined in another module, right? If you see, I think we have not added, so let's add it as well in the data module, right? Feed repository, and it requires basically two dependencies, which are data sources, local data source and remote data source. Fine. So now it's available, and this feed view model, it is also defined here. So now for the feed, everything is done basically. So the logic part is done. View model, repository, local data source, SqlDelight setup, calling the API, everything is done, right? So now let's move on to the UI part for this. So for UI part, first of all, we will be setting up the navigation, right? Tabs and screens. So basically we will be setting the rough UI initially, right? Then we will be updating them, right? So first of all, after setting up the rough UI, we will be only updating the feed UI. Then we will be like moving to the other screens, right? So first of all, we need to check if we have added the material icons extended, because let's first of all, yeah, we have already set up this. So this material icons expanded. So this is like some icons are not available by default in material. Only few many icons are available. But if you want all icons provided by material design, we can use this library. All right. So now let's move on to adding the theme. So how we can add the theme? So it's similar to the Jetpack Compose theme, right? Because we are using the Compose multi-platform. So basically, either you can copy it from the some existing Jetpack Compose app and modify the things. Little bit changes will be required. I'll be showing you. But or maybe you can create it from the material theme builder, right? So I will be doing it from material theme builder, right? Okay. So copy this, and let's say just copy some code, maybe color code. We will be using this color code and modifying it. We will not be using the original one. Something similar, right? Little bit change, right? So now it will show you how the things will look like, right? Primary color, secondary, everything will be shown here, right? You can see these are the colors, these are, right? So then let's move on to the next thing. Pick your fonts. So if you want to use some other fonts, you can pick up them. Otherwise, you can keep it as it is. Then export theme. Then while exporting, it will be showing you which framework you want to export. So we want to export it for Jetpack Compose base, right? Let's open it, and here you can see we can copy all these three files. So inside the features, what we can do is, for this features, so inside the features, let's add one package, design system, and inside design system, let's add one more package, and yeah, here we can copy them, right? So if you see color, theme, type, all these are generated automatically, right? Let's change the package. Theme, its package, type, its package, right? Yep, material 3, right? So maybe we didn't update it material to material 3. We will be using material 3 but not the material, right? Okay, so now it's fine. Let's remove this and this. They are not available here in the multi-platform, right? These are the few changes which we need to make. So here also we can directly apply. If it's dark, then dark theme, right? Otherwise light. If dark theme is true, we'll use dark scheme. Otherwise we'll be using light scheme, right? And then this material theme, these are the similar things. You might be aware of them already if you are using Jetpack Compose, right? Let's rename it recipe app cmp theme, right? Okay, so after this we need to update theme in the app file maybe, right? As of now we are using recipe app cmp theme. Yeah, it's done now. For this we need to import material 3 button, material 3 text, because earlier they were using the material, right? Not the material 3. So this is also done. Now we are using this theme, right? Everything is generated there. You can see dark color scheme, right? Light color schemes, right? And then we have, if you see, colors as well for light and dark, right? So this is done. So now move on to the next part, that is, let's say, so because let's add some strings as well, right? So we need to create the strings file inside the compose resources, and then values, and inside this just create a simple file strings.xml. So here we first of all need to add resources tag, and inside this we can add strings, right? So for string we will be specifying the name. What is the name of string? App name. And here we will be specifying the recipe app cmp, right? Compose multiplatform. This way we will be defining the strings here, and because we will be creating some tabs as well, let's add them as well. So let's add few other strings as well, that is home. We'll be creating the home screen. Feed, search, favorites, and profile, tabs. These are few strings which will be needed, and for detail as well. Well, other strings will be needed. Whenever they will be needed, we will be adding them, right? Strings are also done. Okay, let's just make project. It will generate the strings. to use the multi-platform in the Compose, right? Let's see if strings are available or not. Dot string dot app name. Yeah, let's build it, then it will show. And we need to use string resource as well. Okay, now let's try to build it. Oops, my bad. I have not added resources. It's one word was missing in the resources. Yeah, it's available. Okay, so if you see now strings are available here. We can use any of the string, right? So now let's add this. So basically for navigation, let's add one sealed class, which will be the parent class for the routes, right? So let's say create a inside the feature and app specific features will be adding in the app. Then inside this, let's add data, right? Inside the data, let's add the screen class. Okay. Sealed class screen. And so whatever we will be needing there, let's say well string root, we will be needed root there, and we will be needed resource ID for the title, right? We'll be passing the resource here, and then we have selected icon for the tabs purposes, right? But it will be basically nullable because for others it will be null. Similarly, we have unselected icon as well, right? And so let's define top level screens, right? Data. So basically in our app, we will be having top level means suppose in the Instagram like app, you can see there are three tabs. So three tabs, they are the part of tabs screen, right? They are not the top level. Top level is the tabs only, right? Tab screen. Then inside that they can have home, search, right? They are the inner ones, right? In the tabs, right? So similarly here we will be having the top level search, detail, tabs, right? So let's create them. That object search, and it will be extending the screen, right? And here we will be, let's pass the string search string dot search. So root is search. This is the string resource. This is the title basically. Then we have detail. Let's say its root is detail, right? Title will be detail, just for example. Then we have tabs, right? These are the top level screens, right? Then we can have tab screens as well, right? So for tab screens, we will be having three tabs. Home, right? For home, we will be having, okay, for selected icon, drawable dot home selected. So I have added few icons there as well. You can, I will add them in the source code. This is already added in the source code actually. You can pick up it from the GitHub, right? Similarly, we can have unselected icon as well. unselected, right? And similarly we can create other tabs as well. Home, then we have favorites, favorites, you can say bookmark selected, bookmark unselected. Then we can have profile as well. Fine, let's add it for profile selected, profile unselected. So this is the basically one top level class. So basically we will be like, because we know like we will be having 4 to 5 classes, right, for the roots. So we have defined all the root classes here, right? This is the best way, because instead of directly using it, if defining some sealed class, it binds them. We know that every root will be extending this screen class, right? So for features, feed, UI, right? And inside this, let's add feed screen. Okay. And for this, we will be needing function feed root, and this will be accepting the, from the home we will be moving to the search, navigate to, let's add one callback for going there. Its return type will be null. So this is a function basically, right? We are passing the function in the parameter. Okay. And what else we need? Feed view model basically, right? And we will be injecting it using the Koin view model directly. Okay. The Koin view model, so basically it will be like getting the view model defined inside the Koin, right? And if you see, if you know, I will show you. For the Koin, if you see, we have added Koin core, Koin compose, Koin compose view model, right? So this is about dependency injection. Koin core is just the simple one, right? We can use the single or factory module. We can use the single or factory instances, right? So but for using inside the compose, we can use this library, and we need this one as well if we want to use it for view model as well. There are extensions available, right? If this is not added there, then we cannot like use it like this Koin view model, and we cannot define even it inside the view model using the Koin. So for view model, basically it will automatically handle all the like when to destroy and how to handle all the life cycle thing, right? We don't need to take care of that, like, right? You see view model. But otherwise what we do is we do single or factory. If what singleton instance, we do fact single, and if we need every time new instance, we use the factory, right? But for view model, instead of using the single, we will using the view model. It will do everything. It will manage everything for us in automatically, right? So, so we were at this screen UI, right? And let's just create feed screen. Inside the feed screen, we will be adding feed UI state, because this will be, we will be getting from the view model, right? Inside the view model, we have already defined the UI state. So everything about the UI for the feed is inside the UI state, right? And we can pass this one as well here. Okay. And as of now, we can just define rough UI, right? So here we can add some modifiers, fill max size, vertical arrangement, arrangement dot center. So for those who don't know much about Jetpack Compose as well, so we use column for the items we want to show them inside the column, right? Inside the column, you mean from top to bottom, right? Or if we want to show them in the row, we can use the row as well from left to right like this. We can use the row and column. These are the basic composables we use for layout. Vertical arrangement it means how we want to align items vertically. We are defining it center, right? And it have horizontal alignment as well. Alignment dot center horizontally, right? But here we are just showing one simple text feed screen as of now, right? And we can call it from here, then here feed UI state. We can get it feed ViewModel dot feed UI state dot collect as state. We can use the collect as state method, right? On the state flow, we can use the collect as state. So it will be available as state, which is the main thing we use in the composable. So composable recompose based on the state changes, right? So we can pass it feed UI state. Suppose whenever anything inside this state will be changing, so it will recompose this basically, right? Depending upon if it is stable or not, right? So feed UI state and navigate to search, navigate to search. We can pass its value. Okay, so this is for the feed screen, right? And then we can add navigation as well, right? For navigation we will be adding feed navigation class, and inside this we will be, so basically what is the best recommended approach from the Android developers team. So we should create extension functions on nav controller. That is the best approach for creating some navigation methods, right? Suppose we want to navigate to feed, we can define extension functions for nav controller. It is easy to call from app state or anywhere from single place, right? Calling on the nav controller, right? And if we want to pass some nav options for that purpose, we can get that as parameter, so that if we want to override them we can do, otherwise it is by default null, so we don't need to pass anything here otherwise. And for navigating we will be calling this, and now I will show you how we can use the root screen dot. So this is for the home dot root navigate method. How this method is available? Because we have defined the extension function on nav controller. If we remove it, this will not show unresolved reference, right? So, and similarly, because we use the nav graph builders for creating the nav graphs inside the navigation system, I will show you that. So that's why, because so that we can use this nav graph inside the nav graph builder inside the nav host. I will show you that how. That's why we are creating extension function on this. For because for each screen we are keeping the graph separate, right? Navigation thing and graph separate. And how we define the routes. So this way, inside the nav host, we use these composable methods, right? Nav graph builder, you see these are available on the nav graph builder, right? So they are directly available inside the nav host. Nav host provides the nav graph builder scope, right? So yeah, yeah. So using this we define the route. So depending upon this, it will like define where its route is defined. Whenever it will be requiring to go to home, it will pick up content whatever is defined here and show that content on the screen, right? And here we will be calling the feed route. Okay, fine. And so similarly we will be doing these navigation and UI things for all screens, right? So now let's do it for favorites. And finally what we'll be doing is, these are the basic routes. Finally we will be adding them inside the nav host, right? Again, as I said, we are using clean architecture, so we will be using a feature wise approach. So inside the feature, let's open in Finder and we'll be creating two directories there. One is UI and another one is navigation. Okay, so inside the favorite, so let's pick up the screen here and we will rename it. Or maybe we can just copy this and paste it there. From feed to this, and we will call it favorite screen, right? And it's copied. Let's oops, it should be the root and it should be the favorite screen. Let's call it, and let's define the text as favorite screen. As of now we don't need anything to pass here, and let's remove this one as well, this one as well. Optimize imports. This is for screen, and now let's move on to the navigation. So similar to the feed navigation, we will be creating favorite navigation. Navigate to favorites, and screen will be the favorites dot root, right? And here favorites nav graph, we don't need this. Here favorites, and here let's not add anything as of now. Favorites root. Okay, let's just rename it basically. Let's call it favorites. Okay, and fine. And now let's rename it as well. Basically, let's call it favorites screen, and favorites root, favorites screen, favorites. It looks better now. This is for favorites. Now similarly, let's copy the favorite and add it for profile. These are the three tab screens basically. Let's just rename this file, not refactor everything, just profile screen, change the package, profile root, profile screen, profile screen. This is just the rough skeleton we are setting for all the screens, right? So for profile it is done, and profile root, profile nav graph, navigate to profile, and here we use profile root as well. Let's change the package. Let's rename it as well. Profile navigation. This is done for profile. So it is done for 3 tabs. Let's add it for detail as well. And let's rename them. Let's rename this file. Let's call it detail navigation. Change the package. And let's rename this. And let's rename this one as well. And let's rename this. This is for detail, right? And for profile, yeah, it's fine. So for this, let's rename this detail screen. And this detail root, let's use it inside here. And root is for detail nav graph, navigate to detail. These are pretty easy things. We are setting up the rough skeleton, and here as well detail, right? For detail it's done. Now let's add it for search. First of all, let's rename this file search screen, search root, search screen, search screen, search screen. Let's change the package as well. And then search root, search, search, search. These are pretty easy changes, right? I hope you are understanding all this. So for search also this is done, but just rename it. That is pending. Search navigation, right? So let's add the tabs UI. So inside the features, let's create tabs package, right? And so for tabs, basically, we will be using the separate nav host, right? But first of all, let's just copy any UI. Let's rename this one as well, I guess. We forgot. This is profile. We can rename it to favorite screen, right? And search screen, few namings are missing. We forgot to name them. Let's rename refactors, rename file. This is for detail screen, detail navigation. Favorite, this is for favorite. Yeah, that is some disadvantage of copy pasting the code. Sometimes it happens. So favorite navigation, favorite screen. This is for feed, profile navigation, profile screen. So first of all, let's just copy paste them and add them inside the tabs, right? And inside the tabs, change package, and then actually we don't need, yeah, sorry, we need this actually. So this is the navigate to tabs, tab screen, tabs nav graph, tabs screen. One more thing I observed here, profile, it should be similar, right? Let's check it for other ones as well. Suppose if by mistake we have added correct or not. Yeah, it is correct. For detail, it's fine. For favorite, favorites, okay, fine. For this, let's rename it tabs navigation. Navigate to tabs, tabs nav graph, tabs dot root, and tabs root. And finally, go to here, rename it, rename file, tabs screen, tabs root, change the package, and tabs screen, done, right? And this is for tab screen, and very soon I will be adding the tabs, separate nav host for tabs here. Okay, and okay, so let's add that basically and import this tabs root as well here. Fine. And now suppose if you see, we can copy paste some code and utilize that, right? Compose tabs navigation. If you search this, because I will be saving some time. So if you see here, and here you will see integration with bottom navbar, right? So we need to pick up this part basically. So let's pick up this one and let's add it here. So let's add it. Okay. And now let's import. So basically this nav controller, we will be passing it from previous screen. So basically what is the issue? If we remember it here, that is causing, at the time of making this video, that is causing some issue in the iOS side. Maybe some issues are there, right? So the issues are already available on the utrack as well for JetBrains. So basically, so this is the issue with this. So that's why we will be remembering it outside this whole tabs nav graph composable, right? Where we are using this tabs in this composable, suppose this one. We need to do that outside this, right? So we'll be remembering it from outside this. So we will be passing tab nav controller basically here. Okay. And so yeah, and we will be passing this and we will be using this one here, right? Tab nav controller. So for bottom navigation, instead of bottom navigation, we will be using the material 3 navigation bar, right? That is for material, but we are using material 3, right? So we are using navigation bar, right? And we need to create one list of items as well, which will be going into the tabs, because we have 3 screens: home, favorites and profile, right? So we will be creating a list of screen dot home favorites profile, and let's use them. Tab items dot for each, top level root. Okay, and here we will be using the navigation item, I guess. Navigation bar item. Inside the navigation bar, we are using navigation bar item. And let's add few changes here. Like for container color, we will be using, so basically for our color, basically I'm using on primary, but ideally we will be using the primary here, main container. But for the at all places, I will be using on primary due to the color code which I have used. So you can adjust it according to your need. You can use the primary here. So, and after this, let's make these changes as well. Let's create one variable actually, if it's selected or not, and that we will be getting we need to make one more change basically here due to that issue which I mentioned. It dot root equal to top level root. It dot root top level root dot root. Fine. So this is for is selected, and what, let's just add the root here. And finally, so instead of this, tab nav controller for these icons. So for navigation bar icon basically, so for our case, what we have passed in this screen, if we see, so we have selected icon and unselected icon, right? So according to them, we will be passing the icons here, right? And we are using them according to, so if is selected, right? So according to if it is selected, let's get the icon. If is selected, then let's get it to dot selected icon, else unselected icon. So this is icon, and import this, and then if is selected, okay, is selected equal to true. Okay. If we selected this is the icon, we will pick up selected icon, otherwise unselected icon, and we will use that icon here. So what is our icon? Basically it's drawable resource, so we need to use the painter here. Okay. Okay, it's nullable, so let's do one thing. If it's not null, only then add it here, right? And so this is for icon. Similarly, what else we can do? So we need to make color changes as well, right? Yeah, let's make those as well basically. So for colors, we will be, because we will be removing the indicator colors, or maybe we can do that later. First of all, let's make it running. Root selected is selected, and yeah, for label we will be using the string resource and top level root dot resource id, right? Because we have passed the resource id string dot xml resource id from there, and we are using that here, right? And so yeah, that's it about tabs, right? And now we need to use this nav host tabs nav controller inside this. Okay, and start destination will be screen dot home, and now here we will be, so basically we will be just directly adding the home feed nav graph, and then favorite nav graph, and then we have profile nav graph, because ideally we will be adding the composable here, right? The way it was, like if you see composable, but these things we have defined inside their separate nav graphs, because if you see this one, right? And that's it for this. Yeah, we need to pass this. Let's get it from there. Tabs root. Here also we need that. And let's get it inside here. And now we will be creating app state for holding the few important states of our app, right? At the app level, right? So that most important things of our app state will be handled there in that class, right? At top level. That will be like at the app composable level, right? So let's create one app state class, and then we will be creating the nav host where we will be using all these nav graphs, right? So let's create app state class here. So inside this, so inside the app class, we will be using the nav controller as well, nav host controller type. And what else do we need here? I think that's it. And as we know, it's not going to change that option. We can make it stable to avoid unnecessary recompositions, right? And then let's say navigate to tabs. Just simple function I'm adding here, navigate to tabs. Okay. And now I will be creating one method to remember this state, right? So that will be composable remember app state, and inside this we will be getting the nav controller. And what else? Let's get Koin scope if we need that for any case. Koin scope. Let's set it default as well. Remember Koin scope, right? And then we have, let's say, preferences, which we have not created yet. Later on we will be creating one more class here basically. Then we will be updating it. Nav controller. So these are the variables on which it will be changing. And inside the remember, we will be remembering our app state. Okay. And let's pick up scope as well. Okay. And let's pass them here, nav controller and scope. So basically, we are using the custom remember method for remembering our app state. On the basis of these keys, if any of these changes, then this will be updated. And we are remembering that updated value so that it will be remembered across the compositions, right? And now let's say, let's move to the, so first of all, let's create one directory there. Open in Finder. Yeah, at this level, we need to create one directory, that is navigation, app level navigation. And we will be adding app nav host there. Okay. And this is a method that composable. Here we will be adding our nav host for all the, where we'll be adding all the destinations for the navigation, right? And let's add few parameters. So it's good practice to add the modifier as first parameter and assign it default value as well, right? This way it gives us more control so that where we are calling it, we can pass the modifier, and if we want to update its main composable inside here, right? That modifier will be applied to that. Then app state start destination, we can get it because in some cases we might have some conditions like if user is login, then it will be the home screen kind of thing, right? If user is not login, then it will be login screen, that kind of stuff. That's why we can get it as parameter, right? Screen dot tabs dot root. So in our case, tabs is the main root, right? And nav controller, let's name it. We can get it from the app state. Let's not make it private. Dot nav controller. We are passing that in the app state, right? And so again, one more thing which I mentioned here. So this tab nav controller, this one also we will be adding there. The reason I have already explained, due to some issue in iOS that will be fixed later on maybe, but at the time making this video, there is some issue with that. So tab nav controller. So this will be separate nav controller, right? We'll be passing it inside the tabs nav graph. And then let's say add the nav host and add the start destination. Start destination is start destination. And then before this we need to pass the nav controller as well, and inside this here we will be passing all the composable routes, but for the composable routes we have already created their nav graphs. That's why we will be using the nav graphs here. So first of all, let's add the tabs nav graph, and inside this we need to pass the tabs nav controller as well. Let's pass that, and it have, yeah, as of now there is no parameter. And then we have search nav graph, then we have detail nav graph. So these are the top level. So at this place we need to provide the top level routes. One is the tab screen where we will be having all three tabs. That is one screen, right? And then we have search screen can be on the top level. Then detail screen can be on the top level. And inside this tabs nav graph we have nested routes, right? So those are the tabs, right? So this is about this, and now let's use app nav host from the app. App nav host and optimize imports. So here basically we need to do one more thing. So we are starting the Koin from the like in the native sites, right? We have called this start Koin there already, right? In the Koin we have start Koin. So in this case, to make it compose context aware, we need to add one method here, Koin context. So this will basically bind the Koin instance with your compose setup, right? And inside this everything will be doing, right? So that we can be using the Koin injections, dependency injection method inside the composables. We need to bind it, right? And here inside this what we need to pass, nav controller. This is the main nav controller, top level, right? Nav controller. And what else? Maybe app state. Remember app state. Here we are passing nav controllers. What else? Scope is default. As of now, nothing. Let's pass it. Modifier app state start destination. Okay. Now we'll pass for app state. App state. Okay. So we need to specify return type as well here because we are returning remembered app state here. So it's looking good. Yeah. Now let's try to run it first of all. Let's see if some issue is there or not with the UI. Simple UI setup we have done. Let's fix these issues. It all successfully finished, and I guess we have some issue as well. Let's see what is that. Let's make it compact. I don't like this standard view. I like compact view. I don't know why they have set it default. Okay, so Koin application has not started. Okay, so here Koin context, and it's saying Koin application has not started. So not sure have we added that application. Yeah, it's added, and yeah, oops, we did called. Yeah, we need to call this method in the on create. Now let's do again. Serializer for class home is not found. Class home. Okay, so have we made them screen dot home serializable or not? Yeah, I guess we are missing because for that label we are making basically serializable. That is happening. I know why it's happening. So let me go there. I will show you now. So if you see tabs nav graph, right? And inside the tabs nav graph, we have tabs dot root, and then inside this, if we go here, I guess here feed nav graph. Yeah, this is simple root. I thought we have used the type safe navigation here. That's why it's showing that error. But we have not used the type safe navigation anywhere. It's showing this error. Why? Screen dot home dot root. My bad. Because it's considering the start destination as data class. That's why it's asking for the root. Sorry, that's why it's asking for serializable. Because if we want to type safe navigation, then we need to make them serializable. Okay. So this UI is looking weird. So maybe I think we missed the size there. Let's add this size. So let's go to the and tab screen. Let's rename tab screen as well. It's in the smaller case. I think it's profile. Rename file. Profile screen. Let's double check all the namings. Profile is fine. Now let's move to the tabs and let's make some changes there for this. So navigation bar item. For this icon, we need to give some size. Modifier dot size. Let's say 24.dp. Looking fine. Yeah, looking cool now. If you see, the selected icon is different and unselected is different one. It's looking fine. I thought 3 tabs are done. So now basically, yeah, let's maybe what we can do. Let's make it the same color of this one, and just add the divider here to differentiate between them, I guess. that will look better. So for that, one more thing which we will have to do. So let's improve this a little bit. So let's reduce this size, plus let's apply the selected and deselected colors as well. If selected, then we will be using the different color. Then material theme dot color scheme dot primary container, and else we will be using the on background on background and let's apply this tint on the icon, right? And one more thing which we can do is, because we don't want indicators, any color on the indicator which is showing here, I don't want this. So let me update this one as well. Navigation bar item defaults dot colors, and here we can set indicator color dot transparent. Fine. Now let's try to run it, and then we will be wrapping up this. And let's make one more change. Let's set the container color as well, background. Okay, now let's try to run it again. Indicator is gone. And apply the content color as well. Color scheme dot on background, and for this let's try to use primary. It's looking a little bit dull. If we go to colors, and let me make background color change. For background we can update it something like gray, where we have background light. So for background light we have this one, F7 F7 F7. This is kind of whitish. Yeah, it's looking good now. And primary on primary is little bit weird. This is something which I remember from my other app code. It should be something like this, FF9040. Yep. Let's change this one as well. These I'm updating according to my older theme, but you can keep them as it is or you can update them according to your choice. Anyway, as of now it's looking fine. We can update them later on if needed. So till here we are done. In the next part we'll be moving to the home feed screen UI. For home screen we will be creating UI, and let's do one more thing here. For making them enable edge to edge full screen, so this one, this space for status bar, we will be using the same color. Let's apply this one as well, and few changes we need to add in the iOS side as well. We will do that later. Yeah, if you see, now it's looking pretty good. So let's move on to the home feed screen UI. So let's integrate ViewModel. Okay. So for that, let's go to feed screen. We are already on feed screen. So now if you see, we are already fetching the feed UI state, right? So now this feed UI state we will be using basically, right? So what we need to do, so now this feed UI state will be integrating, creating the feed screen UI and integrating this API, right? State from this API, right? So let's do that. So first of all, let's get the recipe list. Then let's use the scaffold. So scaffold is a basically a simple composable which provides us many features to set up, right? For example, we can set up top bar, bottom bar, if you want to show snack bar, floating action button, these kind of things. So it is the kind of a wrapper for them, right? So for top bar, we will be setting top bar later on. So first of all, let's make one change here. So basically, depending upon video state, dot recipe list is loading. So this will be, while API will be calling, this will be the state. So on this state, we will be creating a simple loader, right? So we will be showing that loader basically here, right? Now let's make this function private as of now, because we are using this composable only on this screen. Let's create one column and few modifiers for vertical center, for horizontally centering, right? Items. Modifier dot fill max size. So inside this, so this column will be filling max size, and here we will be showing the circular progress indicator. And let's set up the color theme dot color scheme dot primary container, right? So let's show this loader. So while we are calling the API, so state will be this fetch recipe list is loading, and there we are showing the loader. And what next? So in case of what we can have more states here, right? So for example, error can be there, right? So let's say error is not equal to null. So if error is not equal to null, it means error have happened, some error content, right? Let's show some error content here. Let's create this composable. Let's copy paste this. For this error content, what we can do, so inside the same column will be the same, but on this part we will be showing one text, basically loading items, or you can show whatever you want to show here. And let's apply some style here. Typography dot body large, so we want to show this error message with large font size, right? Then color, let's set up that color error. Fine. So this is for error content, and third case can be the success case. So what will be the success case? Recipes is not equal to null. Recipes is not equal to null. So in this case, we will be showing our UI. Fine. So for that UI, basically, let's create one feed content composable for that. And one more thing, this is the inner padding which we need to apply on our content. Basically, this is provided by scaffold, basically on the content. If you see padding values, which also we can pass here. And what else we can pass? Recipes, list of recipe item. So now let's create this feed content. So let's say feed content, and so what will be inside the feed content? Basically, inner padding, and it will be of type padding values, and then we have recipes, list of recipe item. So for this feed content, so basically we will be showing the list of items, right? So you might have seen that kind of UI, right, on the Swiggy or Zomato maybe, right? So there, how we show the recipes, so basically they are in the grids of twos, right? So if I show you, so just for example, if I show you, if you see here, so these are like in kind of grids, right? These items are in grids, so we will be displaying them similarly. Little bit changes will be there, right? So for that we will be using the lazy vertical grid, and inside the lazy vertical grid, how many columns we required, we can set up the cells dot fixed. So basically, because we require fixed columns, right? So we will be using the fixed. So if you see, there are three types: fixed, adaptive, fixed size, right? So here we are adding the fixed. Adaptive means like they will be adjusting according to the width available, right? Whenever more width is available, more grids will be there, right? That kind of thing. But here we need, suppose, fixed, right, as of now. But for like making this screen more responsive for the web or other like large devices, right, we can make it adaptive as well for as of now. But as of now I'm using it like just fixed, right? So let's arrangement dot space by, what will be the spacing between items, 8 dp, right? Horizontal arrangement, again So horizontal and vertical arrangement will be spacing will be the added dp, right? Suppose in the grid, so we have two items, one here, one here. So inside there, that is the vertical spacing, and inside between these two items, that is the horizontal spacing. Then let's apply some modifier here. Modifier dot padding top. So from this inner padding, basically, we will be just applying the top padding, right? Because we don't need other kind of paddings, because we have already have bottom bar in the bottom, right? So only top padding we are adding basically here. I will show you. Basically, if we add bottom padding, so little bit extra padding will be added there, so that we which we don't need, right? And here we will be showing all the items, right? So first of all, we will be adding one simple item. This is for the heading basically. Let me do one thing. Even let me show you some screenshots of design which I have taken today. So feed will be looking like this basically, right? So something similar to this we'll be making here. Okay. So for that, basically this heading, first of all, we will be adding this heading and then this row, right? And then this heading, then again these columns, right? So for that, how we'll be doing basically? First of all, let's add this heading, right? This heading plus this list, this part. So if you see, they can be in a column, right? So this will be first item and this will be lazy row. This is simple text and this is lazy row, and whole this combination can be taken in a column, right? So we'll be doing this similar thing here. So even let's first of all create top recipes list, this composable, and inside this composable we'll be accepting one title and recipes, right? So this top recipes. So now let's coming back to this. So item inside the lazy lists, whether it is lazy column, lazy row, anything. Item is for single item if you want to show. Items is for multiple items, right? This item function is for single item. So uh, basically this item we are considering it as a single item, this whole thing, right? And then again this is the single item, and then these are the grid items, these are the list, because we are using the grid as the base. So inside the grid, this will be the main content items, but this will be another single item, and this whole content will be the single item. These two are single items, and then these are the grids basically. And these two single items basically, if we have a grid of two items, right? So but for this UI or for this, right? So basically these are taking the whole content, like whole row. So it means we are spanning the rows, right? For them we need spanning as well. Grid item span, max line span. This one we will be using. It requires inside this. If you see, it shows method. So basically it requires inside the method implementation, right? Its type is, if you see, this callback, right? Which is on the lazy grid item span scope, right? extension function on this. This will be provided as scope, and this is a function basically, right? So we need these curly braces to implement that, right? So this is for this spanning thing, and now inside this we can add the top recipes list, and suppose what will be the title, sorry, top recommendations. Cool. And recipes will be the recipes. So just for the sake of like, so basically in the UI we will be showing the similar item, these and these are the similar API results, but ideally in the ideal world they will be the result of another API call, this will be the result of another API call. For that we can keep track of like inside the feed UI state we can maintain multiple states. So like for the recipes list, here we can have top recipes list, recommended recipes list, depending upon them we will be showing here. But for the sake of this video I'm just showing the same list and reversing it for one case and showing this original for the another case, right? So if I show you here, I will be passing in the reverse, so last item will be shown in the first. If you see, last item will be here, but here it will be the first item. So that UI will be looking better, just for understanding, right, and making it like better. So now come to this point, let's do changes. So here we will be using the column. If you see, cool, this and then this lazy row. Inside the column we will be using the text, title, style, title medium dot copy, because we want to change font size. So let's give it 18 sp, right? 18 sp, and let's apply one modifier as well for padding, modifier dot, because we require padding from top 16 dp and padding from start as well in the left, if you see here and here. And then here we need lazy row. Inside the lazy row, let's add some properties. Content padding which will be applied to the content, right? This is done. We want to apply padding as 16 dp. If you see this whole content here 16 and here 16 and here, right, and here all the whole. So all for all directions we have applied the content padding. For the content will be padded by 16 dp in for all four directions. Then we have horizontal arrangement dot spaced by 8. Inside them we are just giving a spacing of 8 dp. And here we have items, and inside the items we are using the recipes. So here we need to import this method which is accepting the list. Fine. And here inside the key is like required for the performance consideration for the lazy lists. We need to apply the unique key so that like it can uniquely identify each item, right? So that during the recomposition it can reuse that and it can avoid unnecessary recompositions, right? So for key, basically inside the key functions this list is available as it is, right? So for this we can apply it dot id, right? If you see item for each this list item type is recipe items, that recipe item is available inside this key method, right? We can get the id from that will be unique. Fine. Now let's come to the UI part. Let's, for naming convention, let's, instead of it, let's use type alias it to the, instead of it, alias it to the recipe, right? Now we need to create the recipe card basically. Here we will be adding the recipe card. Let's create recipe card. This UI, this will be a recipe card. So if you observe carefully, first of all, we will be taking a column. Inside the column, we will be having this image, and then this row, and then this row, right? Inside the column, we have three items. 1, 2, 3, right? So for that, so here we will be passing the recipe item basically. And so let's pass modifier as well here. And one more modifier which will be passing here. That is image modifier. If you see, this title and this, they are similar for both of them, these items and these. Only for image we have changes. So that's why we are accepting the separate modifier for image, so that we can reuse this recipes card for both cases, right? So let's call it here recipe card, recipe, comma, we have modifier. We can specify the width here, 100 dp. And then we have image modifier, and so we, for image basically we need 120 dp width, and height will be 140 dp. And also we need clip. So in the this shape we need to cut it, we need to clip it, and we need rounded corner shape with corners of 16 dp. Fine, let's pass it here as well. So this is done. Now let's finish this recipe card UI. We will be having a column here, and inside the column we have three items. So first one is, even before that, let's apply some modifier here, the main modifier, and let's apply the horizontal alignment, uh, alignment dot center horizontally. So first thing is we are having image. So we are using the async image from Koin, right? So async image is like, we just need to pass the image URL and it will automatically load the image, right, from the network. For that we have added the Ktor for the Koin, basically for loading images from the network as well. That dependency is a must, right, if you want to load images from the network. So for the model, we can pass recipe dot image URL. Then if we want to just check if there is some error, we can print anything here. On error callback it provides. Still it's not able to recognize. First of all, let's give other required fields as well. Content scale dot crop description, let's give it null. Now it will identify it dot result dot throwable. It will print any error here, like and let's apply image modifier as well. Fine. And below this, what we need is this text and then this row with these three items. Fine. So let's do that. Here we need one text and text align. Let's give it text align dot start because we want to line text in the start. If you see, this one is in the start, not in the center of this row. And then let's give the text. So what we are showing here, recipe dot title. Then let's give it the modifier dot fill max width dot padding. Let's give it some padding as well. So basically it requires padding from top and just for dp. If you see here, this padding from top, right? This is for text and we can give it max lines 1 and overflow ellipses. So if it is more than one line, it will just restrict it to one line and show the ellipses in the end. Now let's come to the third part, that is a row. Fill max width dot padding. Let's give it vertical padding of 4 dp and horizontal arrangement as well. Start. Even if you see, I think by default it is start, so we can avoid this. So inside this row we need to show these items. So for that, these this icon and text, this thing, again a row, right? And then we have star and 3, this is again a row. So basically inside this row we have this row till here and then one more row, this one. Fine. So inside this row, first row, let's add one icon, that is icons default dot, let's show the schedule icon here for clock. Cool. And then content description equal to null, let's show as of now. And let's give it some size, modifier dot 16 dp, just that's fine. Content description is basically for that case if there is some issue with loading the icon or image, so it can show the content description. If images are not loading, it can show the description on few devices, right? So you can specify any text as well here if you want to show. This is for cooking time basically, right? Cooking time. Then we have text for this. Text, inside the text we are showing the recipe dot duration. And then we have style, body small. I think that should be fine. Then we have modifier. Let's give it some padding again, 4 dp, because for the 4 dp, for everything we are giving the starting sorry, from the top 4 dp, and but now here between these two this is again 4 dp. Fine. Again, let's take one more row. So these two rows, they are also we need to take it inside in the one more row. Fine. So here we don't need this. This is only needed on the top, this modifier. Fine. And for these rows, basically we just need vertical alignment, center vertically, because we want these items in the center vertically. Fine. And here as well. And here we need to show star icon, because we are showing the rating here, and here let's show the rating. And because also let's add some space, because we are showing some space as well here between star and 3. Done. So I think this recipe card is ready. Let's just give it a glimpse how it is running quickly. Let's check it. It is done. Looking good. Yeah, it looking good. But this text size is, I guess, we can make some changes in this size and for the icon color as well. Fine. So, and between these rows, we need to add some padding as well. So, let's give it some style. Theme dot typography dot body medium. Let's give it, and let's update the font weight for that, and let's give it medium font weight. And also for the star, let's give it a tint. Oops. So let's give it a primary container color, and let's make it little bit transparent. We can reduce its alpha to dim it a little bit. Let's check it. Here also we can add the padding. Padding start. So after this row, after this first row, we can add some padding basically. Here after minutes. So here we can add the modifier, and it's breaking little bit. Let's reduce this padding to 4. Maybe its width is, let's check it. Yeah, I guess width is less. It's looking fine now. Or maybe just let's make it 110. It's looking fine. So now similarly this we need bottom section as well, similar to this. And then this search bar as well. Fine. So because this is for the top recipes list section. Fine. Now we need that section. And that section is not a item only. So this section, this is just working on the lazy grid scope. So we will be creating an extension on the lazy vertical grid scope. So similar to this, we will be creating simple extension function recommended recipes, or maybe recipes of the week. Yeah, recipes of the week. Fine. And this will be on the lazy vertical scope. Actually, it's lazy grid scope. For all kind of grids, we use this scope. Again, title. So here now we need this UI. So inside this whole UI, this will be the single item, and then this will be the just items because they are on the grid. So we will be using the items directly, right? For these, we use the spanning. These are also the single items for that, but we span the item. So this is for the grid. Suppose we have two grids. Either it would have shown in the first grid, then this content would have shown in second grid. But we have made it span the this row, right? That's why it's moving to the next line content, right? So this is the recipe card, the recipes of the week. For recipes of the week, so we need, let's pick up that item thing. Let's just remove this as of now. Inside this item thing, we need to add this kind of text with the title, and finally items indexed we can use there. We can remove this, and we can use items indexed. It will provide us index as well, which we require for adding some padding there according to the index. Fine. Here in the item as well, it will be providing the this is inside this. We are missing this. We don't need this. We just need to pick up this, add it here. This is text heading, and these are the items. So these we require even outside this, because this is just a simple item, and that is this one. Then this is the grid items. So we'll be adding them here basically. Items next. What is saying? Oops, this is not a composable basically. This is a single simple function as well. Yeah, I guess this is the mistake, because we are using the items index and we are not returning the index from here, right? We need to return that. This recipes of the week section we will be adding here, and we will be passing here this. So title will be recipes of the week, let's say, and list will be the correct, not the reversed, right? And so basically why we have added this grid scope, if you see, we are using this function directly inside this, and inside this it provides the lazy grid scope. That's why if anything we want to define any function, we need to define that on this grid scope. Then only we will be able to use these items and other things, everything which are related to this grid scope. Only then we will be able to use. If I just remove this, you will see we cannot use them. So now we need to make few changes here basically. Image modifier will be a little bit different. Height will be less. Cool. And width will be fill max width, because it will be automatically taking the available width for the grid, because we have two grids. Fine. So, and that is it. Let's try to run it first. If we see, it's looking, but the issue is we have some padding and other issues there. So for that, basically what we need to do, we need to add some padding there. We need to pass padding in the, so we will be adding the padding now depending upon the item. So basically if you see in the start, we need to give padding only for the even indexes. If you see, for this, not for this, for this, not for this, and in the end it's opposite, right? According to this logic, we will be calculating the padding. That's why we have used the index items indexed, because we require index as well here. So card padding start. So how we'll be defining that? If index equal to 0, so if it is even, then we need to add 16 dp, else 0 dp. Similarly, we have padding and, so it will be opposite. And these paddings we need to apply in the modifier basically. Here modifier dot padding, because we don't need to give width here, it will automatically take the grid width, right? Padding will be start equal to and equal to, let's run it. It's working fine now. If you see, for the even numbered items, even indexed items, it's in the beginning. For odd ones, it's in the end, and between them it's only 8. This is what it done. Now we have this top bar is missing, so let's finish this top bar as well. So let's create let's give it name top bar, and inside this top bar basically what we need is column. So for this is a column, right? If you see this and then this search bar, so it will basically a column. Then this, in the column we have 3 items. In the column, let's say, let's first of all apply the modifier. So here we need to apply one more padding, which I will show you. So window insets dot status bars. It will pick up this padding from the top for these status bars. Otherwise, it will go till the top. UI will overlap with this. If you apply this padding for this status bar, it will pick up that padding and it will show below this status bar. Fine. And let's apply background. Fine. And here let's add one text, that is, as of now, let's just give it anything, hi Alan. Basically this one can be made later on dynamic depending upon the logged in user, right? We can use that. And then let's give it a color primary container. Finally, let's give it a style, title medium. Let's add one more text, that is, got a tasty dish in mind. This one we can show title large. And we can give it font weight bold basically. And here let's apply some padding as well in all directions. Let's show this in the top bar. Let's try to run it. Yeah, so on this we can change the color basically. So we can give it on background, I guess. Yep. Now only search bar is pending. Fine. So let's add search bar as well. Let's just here we will be adding the search bar. And let's control the modifiers by getting it in the parameter. So in the search bar, basically we will be creating a custom search bar here using the box. Whatever we are getting from there, we can apply that modifier. And content alignment dot find. This is for how content will be aligned. It will be centered and in the beginning and in the center, vertically centered. Right? So here we need, for showing this, we can use one row and then this border on that, and then this in the row, this icon and this text. So let's show one row and let's apply the alignments, center vertically, and then we have fill max width as well because we require it on the full width. Then let's add one icon, image vector. It will be a icons default dot search content description. We can show search. Then we can have spacer for adding the space of ADP. Then again we can have text. Inside the text we can show the placeholder search any recipes. Then we have font size. Let's apply some font size on this 16.sp. Let's apply some colors. So we can apply color scheme on background basically. And to make it little bit lighter, we can change its alpha. Text font size, it's not the colors. Oops, the font size we need to apply it in the SPs. And now let's call this search bar here and let's pass the modify from there. We wanted fill max width, and we want some padding there from top 16 dp, and we want its height as 45 dp, and then background we can show on primary. Basically it will like little bit whitish shade point, and now give it a shape. Basically in the background we can give it a shape that will be rounded corner shape of 12 dp, and then let's give it border, and inside the border let's give it width of 1 dp, and then again give the shape this similar, because on the border as well we need to give it the shape. So this is the border. Basically for the border this is the shape, and for the content also we need to apply the shape for the background. If you see width, and now we have color. Let's give it on background, and let's make it little bit light, 0.3f alpha. Fine, and I guess let's apply some padding as well, horizontal 16 dp, so that it will be looking good. Let's try to run it. It's looking cool. If you see, this part is done. Basically we are done with the home page. These are the dynamic data. This is the search bar, this is the app bar. If you see, we are looking good on this. uh, a little bit padding is showing here. I guess we can just try removing this as of now, but we have enabled the edge to edge. Not sure why. Maybe we have applied that somewhere else. Nope. Okay, maybe we don't need that as of now. Okay, fine. So now it's looking fine. So now let's move on to the next part. So this part is done. Basically feed screen is done now. You can see we have created all the content of the screen. Next we will be moving to the detail screen APIs. We will be creating the detail screen APIs, repos and view models. So let's move on to the next part, detail screen. So feed screen is done now. You can see. Now clicking on this, we will be going to the detail screen. Fine. So let's move on to that part. So for that, first of all, we will be like creating the API and repo and view models, right? So let's continue with that. So first of all, let's create the data source. Okay. So the common main Kotlin features. So in the features, let's go into, if you see in the feature data sources we have, similarly we will be adding in the detail. Fine. Let's add the package. package data, then inside the data we have data sources, and inside the data sources let's add one more package. If you see, repositories as well. So let's open that in the Finder, and here create one more directory, that is repository, right? So inside the data sources, let's create one file, that is recipe detail local data source, similar to the we created it for feed data source, right? And inside this let's add one function. So inside this let's add one function, that is suspend one save. This is for save recipe, because while fetching from the, I don't think we need this, my mistake. We will be needing this in the favorite. So here we just need get recipe detail, and it will be by id of long type, maybe it will be returning recipe item. And similarly let's provide its implementation class, implementing local data source, override suspend function, and let's provide its implementation. So local data source, right? So local data source will be requiring our recipe DAO. Fine, because we will be getting the item from the recipe. Get recipe by id, return it. And so for this is for local. Similarly we can have remote data source as well. It will be again similar. So because these interfaces are similar, so you can keep one interface as well and then provide the two implementation for local and network. I said this thing while creating it for feed as well, but again I'm saying so, but I'm just keeping them separate. You can do it with single as well. Similarly we can provide its implementation as well, recipe remote data source, and basically it will be requiring http client class, and let's make it override and provide its implementation. So dot get, now let's add the base URL which we have defined in the API. So let's add base URL, and then we will be using the lookup API, and it will be requiring the I equal to $id. So if I show you for this, or even just instead of this lookup, this is the basically First of all, let's just pick up this ID and pass that here. If you see, this is for the detail API. Fine. So, and now what we need to do is we will be getting the body from this, and then and to which we are converting it to list because it has list responses type of list API response, this class which we have already created here earlier. And then from this we can get the mails, then first or null, then let's convert it to the recipe because so it will be providing a type, that type which is defined here recipe API item. This is API item, but we are using this for the communication, every kind of, like in the app side we are using this local data class, right? For making it easier, few things like these things we have converted them from the like single items, and many conversions we have performed here, like for simplicity, right? So we are using that here, so that's why we are converting it into the, you can see, and that's it. So data sources are done. So let's follow the same pattern in the domain repositories. So let's add that as well here, and instead of feed repository we can rename it recipe detail repository. Let's rename it recipe detail repository. Let's change the package because we have copy pasted it, and here let's define the get recipe detail, and it will be providing the result of recipe item. Again, result is a Kotlin's inbuilt class we can use for like API results, whether it is success, error, those cases. And similarly we can provide its implementation here. It will be implementing that interface. Let's make it class, provide its implementation, made it override, and it will be requiring data sources, private well recipe local data source, then we can have private well recipe remote detailed remote data source. These two data sources we are using here. So first of all, what we will be doing basically, if you see in the feed repository, this thing we have done, right? So following the same pattern here, we will just update it. So first of all, we will be getting it from the local. So we need to add ID as well here. Long. And then suppose recipe detail cache. We don't need to get count. We can just check it. If not equal to null, then we can just return it, else we can get it from remote data source. So first of all, we are fetching it from the local DB SqlDelight. If it is not null, we are returning it immediately, not calling the API. But if it is not, we are calling the API. Then we we'll save it. So we need save method here as well, which I was adding earlier, but then I got confused. Yeah, save recipe, and here we will be adding the recipe item. Don't need to return. So this save recipe we will be overwriting and implementing here. So here we can just use the recipe DAO dot insert recipe. We can add the recipe. So if you see now in the repository, so here recipe detail remote data source dot local data source dot save recipe and recipe detail API response, and this we will be converting to the from this. First of all we will be getting the, so this is returning recipe item, and here I guess we missed one thing. Its type should be nullable because it is null, or either we can apply some check there. If it is coming as null, then we can just return some response for the API. So first of all let's apply one check here. If it is null, we can return result dot failure, and here we can return recipe not found, maybe this kind of message. Can pass it inside the exception because it requires the throwable. You can create the exception class object and pass the message here. So if you see, even let's do it, yeah, it will return directly from here, but otherwise we can get it and we can pass it here, save recipe, and after saving we can return this as a result as well. Fine. So this is done. Now let's add the view model and UI state. So in the detail UI we can add one class, recipe detail UI state. Fine. And this is data class. It will be involving the, let's copy it from the feed UI state, then we will update few things. So here if you see, instead of list we can make it detail and recipe item nullable, and recipe detail is loading. So this is for the, if we are calling the API. Recipe detail error, if we have any error we can make this class generic as well. I guess we can make it item and this recipe item, this is the data. So these two will be the similar fields, this will be the data, so we can use the any type. We can make it generic as well, that we can do on ourselves. For the sake of this video I'm not doing that. So and now let's create the view model finally, then we'll be moving to the UI. Recipe detail view model, this will be extending the view model and whatever it will be requiring as dependency recipe detail repository. Fine. And it will be requiring one state that is of detail UI state, and that is of mutable state flow, and it will be empty object initially, and then we can create public val property that will be detail underscore as state flow. And then we can define one method here that is accepting the ID, and then inside this we can launch coroutine and call the repo API recipe detail response, and let's call it get recipe detail ID. Now depending upon our use case, if this is success, we can do our work. So this is where we are using that result type. Here it is useful. Fine. So if it is success, then what we will do is we will update its state value. Fine. So we will just, what we will do is we will update the data. So that is recipe detail response dot get or null, and we will make loading false as well, so that we can stop showing the loader if any we are showing there. Else what we are going to do, just setting the error dot exception or null dot message. So let me tell you a few things about this. So if you are new to Compose Multiplatform, so ideally we use the mutable state flow in the Jetpack Compose and Compose Multiplatform for Compose UI. So this is a kind of a state flow. It have some state and we can collect it, right? So we can collect it in the Compose side as a state. Whenever anything, it will be updated. Suppose multiple time it will be updated, then every time it will be collected there in the UI, and there we will be collecting it and we can make changes accordingly, right? If it will be updated, that kind of a thing. So now let's move on to the screen and let's add data in the dependencies as well. Here let's add the recipe detail repository, and here we can define data sources as well. Remote log data sources, and then repository, and then let's define the view model as well. Fine. And now let's move on to the UI part, detail screen UI. Let's come here. So if you observe one more thing, so from here from list we will be moving to the detail. We need to pass ID as well, right? So in the navigation arguments we will be passing the ID. So first of all, let's go to navigation, and here let's define one constant, basically const val recipe id arg. We can name it like this, recipe id. So while we will be navigating, so in the root as well, here if you see, this is simple root, but now we need to add that id equal to these curly brackets, and again we can define this variable. And while we will be navigating manually, so this is just a template, we are defining the arguments here. So it will become like detail question mark recipe id equal to inside the bracket. So this is the way of defining the arguments. These will be replaced at runtime while we will be navigating. Cool. And now go to here. So here now if you see, we need to replace that. And so first of all, let's make one more change here. We will be accepting id as well here. This will be the recipe id, and we will be replacing whatever we need to replace is, let's copy that where we defined that. Yeah, this part we will make it dynamic. So basically what we will be doing is this part, this whole part we will be replacing with, this will be remaining the similar, this will be the key, this will be value. So we will be just updating the value with id. Fine. So that's it for the detail. And now let's move on to the a few changes we also need to make. I forgot. Let's get it from the this parameter as well. We need recipe id so that we can pass it here. Fine. And we need on back click as well. It will be a simple function, and let's pass these inside here. Fine. Now we will be coming back to this. Now we need to make few more changes. So that is about the, so let's first of all pass them here as well. So now if you see here in the detail nav graph, so this composable, so those arguments which will be passing from here, we need to get them here as well. We need to define them, sorry. So here if you see, we can specify the arguments and it will be a list of, and we can define here nav argument, and that is our recipe id arg. This will be the key and its type will be nav type dot long type. Fine. Then here we need to get it. So here in the composable, if you see in this method content, it provides the nav backstack entry. From this nav backstack entry, we can get the arguments dot get long, whatever type is it is, we can get that, and this is the key. And if you see, my bad, we don't need it from there because we are getting it from the argument, so we need to pass it from here. And we can add some default value because this can be null, so default 0, we can apply that check while fetching the API. or if we are not getting the result there, we can show some error there, right? So this is done for this part. So now for navigating into tail logic, we need to make changes in feed screen as well. We need to add one method here, so there we will, by which we can navigate to detail. On clicking this and this, we will be navigating to detail. So for that, we need to pass one callback in this feed route, and before that, let's define that method navigate to detail here as well. Navigate to detail here. Here we will be getting the ID and passing that ID. Fine. And now, so for coming to this screen, we need tab snap graph, right? Because these tabs are defined there. So in the tabs nav graph, we need to define navigate to detail method. We need to pass it navigate to detail. This will be a method type with long as parameter. That's it. Then we can pass that here as well. We can define it in the tabs root as well. And from here, if you see in the tabs nav graph where we have defined this, yeah. So here we can call that app state dot navigate to detail it. Whatever it will be providing as call parameter, we can pass it here. In the detail nav graph as well, we need on back click. So we have not added the on back click. Basically, we can add it in the app state. Navigate back, and that will be navigate up. It will moving one step back. So where we were, so yep, where we were at this place, navigate back. We can pass that here. So this is done, and now if you see here in the tabs root, we need to pass them. If you see this method, we need to pass it here. And from here we need to pass it where we have defined the image modifier. So we will be going to here in the nav host. Then we have feed nav graph. We need to pass that in the feed nav graph as well. So if you see, we need to pass that here as well. So that we can call. If you go back and let's pass it here, navigate to detail, and then from here we will be passing it inside the feed root itself. Let's pass it navigate to detail, and from here in the feed screen, let's go there And from this screen, now we will be passing it inside the feed content. Navigate to details. Navigate to detail. Feed content. Here we have this. Why it's showing the error? Because we need to pass now with the name parameters. Inner padding, recipes. And from here, from here, we need to pass them inside the recipes list itself as well. Navigate to detail and here as well. And go back, just pass it. Navigate to detail and here as well. And now if you see from here, we need to pass it to the item on which we are clicking. So image modifier, let's just make it clickable here itself. Navigate to detail and recipe.id. Fine. And from similarly in the recipes of the week in this section as well, let's make it clickable. Navigate to detail, recipe.id. Let's try to run it and see if on clicking it the detail screen is opening or not. Then we will be moving to the UI part. It's coming fine, and back is also working fine. Now we need to create the UI for that. Recipe detail. What is the screen name? Detail screen. Okay, detail screen. Fine. So while we will be coming to this screen, we will be calling the API then. So just calling the API on the launch of Composable, we can use the launch defect and call the let's pass ViewModel as well here. Detail ViewModel. And we can inject it using the Koin ViewModel directly in the parameters. And we can call this get recipe detail here. So whenever we will be coming to this, every time it will be retriggering. Suppose if we are, so our launch defect works, every time this composable is recomposing, it will be triggering this API. Suppose we made some changes going to the another screen from the detail screen, then coming back, then also it will be updated. Fine. And we will be observing the detail UI state here. Again, collect as state method, and let's pass it here. Then let's pass on back click. As of now, let's just pass these two on back click. UI state equal to del UI state. On back click equal to on back click dot value. Because this is a state type, but we need this value we are passing. But we can pass directly state as well and then get the value. Either way it will be working. So now on the detail screen, let's create UI one by one. If you see, the detail screen will be looking like this, something like this. So for that, we will be making it full screen first of all, and then this back button, this add to favorites, because we will be saving the favorite recipes in the data local database as well. Then we will be having these layouts. Fine. So let's go there. So for making these kind of layout, if you see, we will be using the scaffold here, and then inside the scaffold we will be using the column, and on the scaffold we will be just using the full screen. We will not be applying any padding, because so basically if on the top screen on this where we have tabs apply that padding, it will be applied to all screen, but we have not applied that inserts padding on that screen. So that's why all the screen will be full screen. So we will be controlling the screen content for each screen manually, if you see. So let's continue with this. So basically for this we will be using the box. It will be easier to, because this is the full screen, then these things we aligned in the top with some margin, these kind of things. We will be using the box for that. So let's first of all take one scaffold, modifiers dot, as of now we don't need any. We will be see if we need some kind of padding here. So here we will be adding the column, and for the column let's apply the modifier dot fill max size, so that it will take full size, and then apply let's background as well. Color scheme, it's better to use the material theme colors. Suppose if you want to support the light and dark mode, then we will be needing these colors, because they will be automatically adjusting according to the modes, because we have two color schemes defined in the material theme. So that's why we use these, not the hard coded ones. Background, and inside this column basically we will be applying the state condition. So UI state dot is loading. If it is still loading, we can use the loading screen. We will be creating this composable soon. Let's just add actually composable fun. So inside the loading screen, let's take one box. Inside the box, let's make circular progress indicator, and let's make it fill max size. And let's set the content alignment. Content should be in the center. This is the loading screen. And now let's come to the error part. If error is not equal to null, then let's say some error screen, and on the error screen we can pass the error message, and on back click because if we are having some button there, go back, we can click that. I will be creating that kind of UI. Error screen. So it will be accepting the error message of string type, and then on back click, and here we can define one column. Inside the column we can define fill max size, and then let's just give some padding 16 dp. Then let's say vertical and horizontal arrangement and alignment. Center horizontally. Then let's add one text here that will be showing the error message. Basically, text text will be error message. Then we can specify its color, so we can specify the color scheme dot error. Then we can have some styling, so we want its font bigger. Typography dot headline, we can make it headline. Fine. And then let's give some spacer, and after some space we can add one button as well here, from which we can retry. On click is equal to on back click, and button's text will be go back. This is the error, and now let's come to the success part. If recipe detail is not equal to null, then we have this state. So let's just create as of now just this rough. So I hope you are understanding all this. So depending upon this detail UI state, if it is still loading, it means API is calling, we can show the loader. If after this, if this is not true, it means we will be checking for error. If there is no error, then we will be going to this, but if there is error, we will be showing the error case. It can be any of them, right? Or otherwise, if not loading, not error, then it will be successful basically. So here we can name it recipe detail content and just show it from there, and it will be accepting few parameters as well. Basically, recipe item on back click, I guess 2 should be enough, like this. Here we will be UI state dot recipe detail, and then recipe item, then on back click. Fine. Now let's come to this UI basically. So first of all, this is already a box. Inside this box, let's not line in the center because content will be starting from the top now. So here we will be creating one more composable, that will be the recipe main content. This one, and here we will be showing the backend save button UI. So let's work on this main content. So we need this scrollable, right? So let's make it, first of all, fill max size, then vertical scroll. Remember, scroll state for making it scrollable. And now we will be creating the components one by one. Sync image. First of all, there will be an image. Fine. And model will be recipe item dot image URL. And what other things we need? Content description, or if needed in the content description, we can specify the recipe item dot even title, I guess. Then we can specify its content scale, crop. Then we can specify some modifiers. Fill max width. Width will be the full, but height will be 250. This will be 250 almost. Width will be full. And we need to clip it from two corners. These, if you see, it's round from here. So let's make it clip from bottom rounded corners. Shape. Inside this we can apply which corners we want. The bottom start. Yeah, bottom start. This one is the bottom start. Bottom start. This one is the bottom end. Fine. Then we have details. Image. Then we have details. In the details, for these portions, we'll be making a column here for this part. For this, we'll be creating a separate part. For this, we'll be creating a column and then creating these UIs. Even let's create separate composable for them. It will be better. Recipe details. Accepting the recipe item only. We can specify it as the recipe item. So let's add one column here. And again, similar thing. Modifier equal to modifier. This is the thing which we do most of the times in Compose. Applying the modifiers. Padding 16.dp. This is some padding. And then let's add some text. Recipe item dot title. This one is the title. So for title, which style we will be using? Title large. Serial theme dot typography. Title large dot copy. We will be changing font weight as well. If it's not bold, let's make it bold. Then we have a row for these. Row and the modifier dot padding, because we require padding from top here. If you see this padding, and how we will be aligning them vertically in the center. Then let's add one icon. Again, modifier dot, let's give it size of 16 dp. Content description, let's set it null, or you can set some text as well. And then finally let's set the image vector for this. Icons dot default dot schedule. Then some text, let's copy this one. So then this text will be for this 20 minutes for duration. And its style will be body small. Font weight will not be bold. And we can give padding from the start. Almost 4 dp if you see this padding in between of the two items. And then again we have some space, and then again let's define the space with width 16 dp. Then again we have icon, and this time icon is of star. And now we'll have to make some changes here basically in this tint. So tint will be material theme dot color scheme primary container dot copy. We will apply the primary container here and reducing its color opacity. And then again some text. This will be stars rating. Yeah, basically rating is not the string type. If you see, this is long, so we will be showing stars, value and stars. The rest of the things will be similar. Then again spacer 16 dp. Then again some text that is for this easy. So basically this will be difficulty, and that's it done. Let's see how it's looking even before completing it more. It's looking a little bit better now. We added just these things and they are looking fine. Now we'll be adding the buttons as well, then finishing the rest of the UI. So now let's add the button first of all. So we will be adding them in the row. There will be one row. If you see, they are in the row, one row. So row is if you are new to Compose, so Jetpack Compose, let me review that. Column is for, again I'm repeating this thing. Column is for aligning the items vertically below each other, and row is for aligning the items horizontally. So this is the like this, these are the in the row, and if we see it from top to bottom, this is the column wise. And let's do again similar things. We'll be showing here space between because we require the space between them. This item, then space between, then this is the end. Then modifier dot fill max width. Yes, we require fill max width. Then because we require some spacing from the top, so we require the status bars padding. Basically we can apply the window dot insets dot status bars dot as padding values, and this is from the top or from the all places, as status bar basically applies from the top. And then we need to apply vertical padding as well, 32 dp, then horizontal 16 dp. If you see, after the status bar padding we require this vertical padding and then this horizontal padding. Fine. And now let's add, yeah, so basically this one, first of all, this is inside the box, so we need to give some alignment. For this we are not giving any alignment because we want that on the full screen as it is, but this portion we want on the top, we need to give it alignment. Alignment dot, so box is just like a, if how I should show, so this is not like the row and column. Here we can show items anywhere depending upon this alignment, top, center, that kind of stuff, and completely on the full screen, then items on the stacked on each other, right? So if you see, this is completely in the background, this one is complete item, then again we have these two items on the top of these. For these kind of things we can use the box. So here let's add the back button, icon button, on click, on back click, because this is back button, and then modifier dot padding, horizontal padding, let's give it 8 dp. Then let's give it a size 30 dp, we want it 30 dp. Then let's give it some background, material theme dot color scheme dot background dot copy alpha 0.8. Let's make it some more opaque. Then let's give it a shape, circle shape. And then inside this we can specify the icon image vectors, icons dot auto mirror dot default dot arrow back. Content description null. Maybe is this thing here, not here but here, because in the background we applied this color and this shape. If you see, this is the background color, this is shape. And here we have applied this icon, and we need to set its tint as well. If you see, it's kind of a black. Material theme dot color scheme dot on background. It will adjust automatically. If light, it's darker. If dark theme, it's lighter. And similarly, we will have this another button that is for bookmark. On click, as of now doing nothing, and rest of the things will be similar. Default dot bookmark. So basically it will be changing. If item is in favorites, it will be the bookmark without field bookmark. It is not, then it will be just simple bookmark. So we can apply that logic here. If recipe item dot is favorite, then we have bookmark, else just bookmark with border, not the field one. Let's try to run it. It's looking good. It's working fine for back as well. Now we can finish this remaining UI. So let's add the description. Here we can add the description. It will be inside the column description, these two items, then ingredients. Ideally, we can wrap them inside the composables as much as possible. Let's add some padding. Horizontal, it will be 16 dp. This is for every item. And then only bottom, because on the top we already have it will be just a simple text. Description. Let's give it a style, title medium, and font weight bold, and one more text that will be the value of this description, and this will be the simple body, small, and that's it. This is for description. Then after description we can have ingredients list. So let's create one composable for that. That will be a little bit complex. This will be a list basically. ingredients list. It will be accepting the ingredients list of string. Basically, we will be converting it into pairs. This is the key, this is value. Yeah, pair of string to string. Fine. So now let's pass that list basically. So ingredients. So if you see, this is just a simple list of string, but we will be doing some transformation here. I will be showing you why. It dot split because that string have multiple items. You can say this and this depending upon this. If you see the response as well, if you see ingredient then this, then its value, we made it like this basically while we converted it into this single entity. Fine. So now we can break that, split that on the basis of this. Fine. And item dot is not empty, and item dot size equal to 2. It means it have two elements because after split it should be containing two elements. Then pair of item, this is basically this. If you see a list of string, so on the 0 it will be the key, can capitalize its first word, the method which we defined in the beginning. Then we have this, and then we can trim it. And else we can have pair of empty. And now this is map, so we change this item, this list of string, into this list of pair. Then we will be doing some filtering here. Why filtering? I will be showing you. It dot, from the pair we can get the first value using the first node blank, and it dot second dot is not empty or blank, anyone we can use. This will be doing filtering if they are not blank for this case basically. Fine. And then filter not, we can do one more filtering kind of. If by default, suppose by mistake it is containing the string null string, we will be filtering them as well. Filter not, if they are containing the null, it will be not filtering them. Or second dot contains null, if any of them contains null, it will not be filtering them. Yeah, now it's looking fine. Now let's move here and finish that ingredients list. So if you see here, we have first of all this, and then this, oh sorry, this, then this list. This is kind of, we can use the lazy list here, or we can just use the simple loop as well here, because they will not be like that much dynamic. They will be very few. Modifiers equal to modifier dot padding horizontal 16 dp, text equal to ingredients, then style. This is similar to the above one for description which we have added. Medium dot copy, because we are reusing things here, right? So if I do like refactoring them, it will video will become very long. So for the sake of that, I'm directly doing this. But you should create reusable component for these, like this is the heading and accepting the title and style as parameters. And then we have ingredients dot for each. We can create one ingredient item layout. Ingredient item that will be containing the name, comma, quantity, string. Gradient item name equal to it dot first, and quantity equal to it dot second. Because this is pair, from pair we can first and two. For first value we can use the first, for second we can use the second. For this we can define one row again with the space between, horizontal arrangement, space between, modifier. If you see, for this it will be space between, fine, and modifier dot fill max width we require, and then let's copy this text and name, and then we have style body small, and similarly for quantity. This is for ingredients. Ingredients list is done. Now which part is remaining? Instructions. Now let's show the instructions as well. So for instructions, again we can do something like this. Instructions list of string we will be getting here, because we converted these instructions into the list of strings depending upon this dot, splitting on this dot. So here again, if you see, again that kind of heading, column, heading, and then again this similar, this loop will be required. Instructions, but here it will be just a text it. We can get index as well, even for showing the count, because we have this count 1 2 3 in the beginning. So for each index, provide us index and value both. So here we will be doing index plus 1, because 0 index starts from 0, and then its value. Instructions part is also done. Let's add it here and pass the instructions from here. Let's try to run it. If you see, something is, yeah, text style basically. We need to change that. It will be body small and this one will be removed. If you see, it's looking fine. It's looking fine now. Fine. Detail part is done. Back button is working. One more thing which is missing. Let's add that one as well. Suppose we have YouTube link as well for this recipe. Watch video button. We add this one as well. YouTube link URL. We'll be showing it in the bottom. And on watch video click, it will be providing the link. So here we will be just using one button. On click, it will be on watch video with YouTube link, and then we can have colors. Colors will be button defaults dot button colors. This way we can override default colors. Defaults dot button defaults dot button colors. These are the default colors. Others will be applied as it is, but whatever will be updating here, they will be updated. So we can update the container color. Theme dot color scheme dot primary container. We are using that as our main color. Ideally we use the primary, but I'm using primary container here. Content color is equal to color scheme dot on primary container. Whatever is primary container color and its content color will be on according to the theme. Whatever will be on the primary container's content color, that will be applied automatically. Let's apply some modifier, padding and other things. Fill max width. Then let's specify its content as well. It will be just a icon. Icons dot default dot play arrow. Yeah, this one. Content description will be null, or we can show watch. Then let's specify the tint for this icon. Color scheme dot on primary. We can use this one. Then we can have spacer. modifier dot height 16 dp. Oops, it's in the row. It will be widthwise. In the button content, then we have text, watch video, then some style dot color scheme dot body medium, its typography, body medium dot copy, color will be similar to the tint which we applied on the icon on primary, and this button will be added in the end here, and we will be passing the YouTube link, and on watch videos click we will be putting it in the top as well, passing it here and passing it here and then here, and from here we'll be passing it here as well. Let's first of all pass it here, and then let's go here. It will be string unit, and that's passed, and now here. So here we will be just opening it in the browser basically. This is a kind of a URL, and we can use the URI handler. We already have this local URI handler dot current. We can get this, and on watch video click we can, if first of all we need to check link dot is dot is not empty, then we can launch it. We can open URI, and we can call this as, pass this as here. Now let's see. If you see, it is done. This screen is done now, and if we open it, yeah, it will take you to the automatically YouTube. Now this video is not available, that kind of a thing, but if that is available it will open that video. So detail screen is also done. Now list and detail is done. Now next we'll be moving to the favorites, then finishing the other screens, profile and search, and adding to favorite, those things. So let's move on to the favorite recipe screen. And for that, first of all, we need to enable the foreign key constraints, because, so let me show you recipe entity. So for the favorite recipe table, basically, we will be saving the ID from this recipe, and this ID will become the foreign key for that. And by default, SqlDelight does not support enforce foreign key constraint. We need to enable them, right? So we will be enabling that. And so for that, what we need to do is where we are creating our schemas. Android SqlDelight driver. On this schema, we will be adding a callback basically. Here, callback. We need to specify this callback here, and we need to provide the implementation for Android SqlDelight driver dot callback. Passing this schema here. Let's get this schema in a separate variable. And here, so on opening DB, we will be setting up this constraint. What we need to do is db dot set foreign key constraint enable true. Similarly for other as well, we need to do little bit, ways are little bit different. For iOS, let's do it on configuration inside this. So here basically we will be providing the database configuration block. In this callback, it is providing database configuration, and we will be applying the config it dot copy extended config. You can find this on the documentation. I will show you. Extended foreign key constraints true. If I show you foreign keys section, and it has provided all the things here. How do you need to enable that? Similarly for native and for this JDBC, for desktop main, here we need to do like this. And finally we are left with JS main. And for JS main, let's find it from SqlDelight, SqlDelight.js. Foreign key constraint, SqlDelight. For this, I guess we need to provide it the command based. I will show you how we can do that. There is no official docs, I guess, or if I am missing maybe. So yeah, I did some research and I found like we can provide the command driver.execute. So basically it takes identifier, we can skip, and then We can specify it like this: foreign keys. This command will be executed by this, and last option is 0. Identifier SQL parameters. So this is done for now, this, and this was it. And now let's move on to the favorite recipe queries and Daos. So let's first of all create the entity where we have the entities. Let's go there. SqlDelight, the common man. We have this here. Here we need to add. So basically we can create another separate entity as well. So this is, here we have written the logic for recipe entity. Similarly, we can create favorite recipe. Fine. So for this, we will be again creating the table, create table favorite entity, and sorry, favorite recipe. It will be having the ID field, that will be primary key auto increment. Then it will be having the recipe ID. This is the foreign key. If you don't know about the foreign key, you should read about this. What is primary key and foreign key for the MySQL? These are very basic things about the databases. So integer, unique, not null. Then we have, let's add it at whenever we edit that. And then finally we need to enable foreign key. What is the foreign key? Recipe ID. And what it references, this is the way of defining foreign key. References recipe table and its ID. So basically this foreign key will be referencing the recipe table's ID field. On delete, cascade. So if any entity deleted from this, it will be deleted from here as well. So this is for create, and now we can create, sorry, we can write other queries. So insert favorite, insert into favorite recipe. We have, so here we just need to add two fields. ID will be auto increment. Recipe ID and added at. And fine, insert favorite. Similarly, we can have upsert favorite. On the upsert again, we need to update favorite recipe. So we just need to, if we want to change the, then we will be updating the added at. Ideally, we will not be needing this that much. We can add it where recipe ID is recipe ID, and insert or ignore into, we can pick up this and insert or ignore into favorite recipe, and here we have again labeled variables, or you can say arguments added at. Let's finish it, and then let's add the select queries, or maybe delete queries as well. So for the select all favorite recipe ID. We want to like selecting all the favorite recipe IDs for checking if some recipes in favorites or not, so we can get all the list of favorite IDs only here. Select ID from favorite recipe, then select favorite recipe by ID if we want to get single one by ID, by recipe ID. We can show recipe ID equal to, let's add, this is done. Now let's delete favorite recipe by can name it select favorite by recipe ID, delete favorite by recipe ID, and here we can just favorite recipe ID equal to question mark. It will bind arguments from the query automatically. Delete all from favorite recipes, delete from favorite recipes, and we can similarly add one more query, that is select all, and it will be selecting every data. Oh no, basically we need to apply join here. So we will be picking up all the fields. This is called the join here, basically inner join. Select recipe, select recipe dot star from recipe, then we have inner join on table favorite recipe, on which field recipe dot id equal to favorite recipe dot recipe id. This way we can provide the join, so it will join two tables data basically, right? You can read about these, the documentation. First of all, basically for using the SqlDelight, you should know about the basic SQL queries as well, how you can write them. Fine. So this is about the, we can, this is also missing. We can update. This is not needed. Then let's create the favorite recipe DAO. Let's once build it so that it will create the some classes for this. By building it will create all the recipe queries classes. Fine. From this. Now let's create the recipe. So where we have recipe DAO, inside the DAOs, let's create favorite recipe DAO. Again, it will be requiring DB helpers. We will be inserting, or we can name it add favorite recipe ID. It will be of long type. So here database dot it should show favorite recipe queries. If you see, this is created from the favorite recipe entity automatically. Fine. For each entity, it creates the queries. Dot absurd favorite and recipe ID equal to the recipe ID, comma. Why it's not showing? Okay, recipe ID is this. Then we have added at. So for added at, we can get the current date time. And for that, we are using the clock dot system dot now dot to local date time. We can provide the system default time zone as well here. Zone dot current system default. According to system time zone, it will be providing us the local date time current. And then we will be adding that. This is for add favorite. Then we have remove favorite. Then we have remove favorite. In the remove favorite, we just need to remove the delete favorite recipe. Delete favorite recipe by ID. And that's done. We don't need this. Then we have get all favorite recipes. Get all favorite recipes. It will be returning list and it don't require any parameter. So we will be selecting all favorite recipes directly, no arguments, and we will be returning. So for this we need to again apply await as list, and then we will be converting it to recipe entity wrapper. It will be converted to the recipe entity from this recipe entity from Daos. This is for this. And now let's finally check, make one function for checking it. If it's favorite or not, we will be getting the again recipe ID. It will be returning the boolean type, and we will be just checking the select favorite recipe queries, then select favorite by recipe ID. We will be having recipe ID, then await as 1 or null. Yes, this will be there, and then we will be just checking it basically. Don't need this, and this is not equal to null. It means it's returning the result and in the favorites. This is for favorite DAO. Now let's create the data sources, Repo and ViewModel. In the features, We have favorite, and inside this let's add one directory, data, and then let's add favorite recipe local data source. This will be interface. Here we have one method suspend get all favorite recipe, get all favorite recipes, and it will be just returning the list and no parameters. Fine. Then we have one more method add favorite. It will be accepting the recipe ID, long type, and no return type. Then we have remove favorite. Then provide its implementation. Local data source, provide them, override, and it will be accepting the favorite recipe Daos. And let's return and then favorite recipe Daos dot add favorite, remove favorite, and we are done. Now let's create the for recipe Daos we don't need the network data source because it will be just implementing from the local. Then let's create the repositories. Favorite recipe repository, favorite recipe repository interface. Oops, we have typo here. Here again we have these two methods. List as well we need. Then let's provide its implementation. Let's add it directly here. We can add it multi-line as well. We have a shortcut. On the MacBook you need to press Shift and Option, then click. So here we need a local data source, and let's return using the try catch exception and result dot failure basically we need to apply the return the result from here. Let's make a change here as well, and here let's fetch the list from data source.get all recipes and return result dot success and list. That's it. And here we just need to insert add recipe id. Here we just need to remove, and that's it. It's done. Now let's move on to the view model and UI state. So here let's add favorite screen UI state, favorite screen UI state, and again it will be similar to the feed UI state. Then we need to make few changes here. Items list is loading. We can make it generic again. I said we can use the common class for that. We can pass the generic type in that. And now let's move on to the view model. In the favorite screen view model, we will be now picking up, we are getting the repository here. Favorite recipe repository. And then again, let's copy this. Mostly things will be similar. We will be just changing the favorite screen UI state. Get recipes list. Here we will be using the get all favorite recipes. Here we will be updating the state. Items list is loading. Again we have this error and is loading. In case of success, we will be just on case of success we are just providing the data and loading false. In case of error we are just providing the error and loading false. By default is loading false is true, if you see. So now let's move on to the classes in DI. Let's add them in the Koin dependency injection. So here we have data sources, favorite, recipe local data source, IMPL, and here we have repository, favorite recipe repository, IMPL, and only it has one argument. And let's add DAO here as well. Favorite recipe DAO. Then we have ViewModel module. Favorite recipe ViewModel. Complete screen. Favorite screen ViewModel. It has one argument. Let's create this screen UI now. So first of all, let's do one thing. We need loader and other things. So we will be error and loader screen. We will be creating the reusable component from them. If you see recipe code, recipes of the week, top recipes. Yeah, these error and loader, we can make them reusable in the common UI. And then let's say we can add components. So we can add them in separate classes. Error content. This is for error content, and let's make it public. Similarly, we have loaders. Let's pick up the modifiers so that we can reuse them just fine. And we will be moving them from here. Have we moved? Yeah, we have moved. Now they are imported from there because they will be reused. So we created the reusable component for them. So now because we will be creating the list, so we can copy few things from the recipe screen basically, like the recipe card, and we can modify that a little bit. First of all, let's favorite screen view model, Koin view model. We can pass view model directly in the methods as well using the Koin view model. And we need to navigate as well from here to the detail. Like this. Let's provide the callback. And let's get the collect as state. And because we want to refresh this every time, this will be loading, right? So that we will be fetching the updated data. If anything is modified, get. So we need to make that method public. Get recipes list, and we can pass state here. Navigate to detail. Let's pass these callbacks. Fine, done. And now let's move on to the creating the UI basically. So let's copy the few code from the feed screen. We will be having the similar things because we will be reusing the scaffold as well. So let's copy this thing. We will be modifying them. Here we have UI state dot items list. Then again we have here we can use the simple top app bar. And we can provide the colors. Defaults dot top app bar colors dot copy. Container color is we can provide it similar to the background. And then we can have title opt-in for experimental. This is still experimental stage. Text favorites, fine. And then let's do this thing. So if you see in the favorites we have this top bar and then this. So basically for this we can use this divider first of all and then this list. So for that we can use the column here. It will be a column modifier dot padding top. Let's give it only top padding. Let's pick up only top padding from this. And we have here horizontal divider. Thickness will be, let's keep it very less thin. Let's keep it thin, not thick. Color equals. So basically for this we use the outline color. Alpha will be 0.5f. And here we have UI state. Items list is loading. Then we can show the loader. Then we have items list error. Then we can show the error. Then we have content. So for this we can copy the content as well. Then we will modify that from the feed screen. Basically let's copy the not the content. We can just copy recipe card and show that. And let's create favorite content. And it will be having the inner padding which we need to pass on to the content. Then we have recipes, list of recipe item. Then we have navigate to detail, fine. And here, so again we will be copying the image modifiers as of now. Let's copy this thing. We'll be updating it later on. So let's keep it 140 and 80. Then clip, and so here we need the lazy column basically. If you see, we just need the column list in the column, so we can use the lazy column. That is more efficient than column. All the lazy components are the efficient. They only load the items which are currently on the screen. They don't load all the items, so they reuse the space. They are like the recycler view. They are the more optimized versions. We should use them for the dynamic data. So let's put the content padding here. Padding values. So content padding is content this one, this one, and this one, this one, and over the content. And then we can provide the vertical arrangement dot space by, this is between the items, these one, these space items, recipes, comma key, and inside the key it dot id. I think we need to use it the list this one method. Items method are multiple items method. Basically we need to check the type which is accepting the list here or whatever. According to that we need to import, and here we can name it favorite recipe card, and we can use it recipe equal to it. In this scope it will be providing the recipe. Basically if you see lazy item scope, it will be providing the type of item. Image modifiers, navigate to detail, we can add this one here. For modifier, as of now just provide the default modifier. Let's try to run it. Basically one more thing, we will be like improving this UI later on. First of all let's try to run it. For this we need to, let's say, because we have added new table, ideally it will not run. We can delete this app. Ideally we will be providing the migration in the real world, right, for this, but here we are for testing purpose, we are just uninstalling it so that it will not create any issues with the database. So basically as of now it will not show us any data here basically because we don't have anything to save in the favorites. So for that, first of all we will be then adding the, we will be improving this UI and then adding the add and remove favorite logic. Then we will be able to check this. So this favorite screen UI we will be wrapping up later because this recipe card, actually everything is done, but this recipe card we will be changing. Currently we are using it from the home screen, this one, right? We'll be updating it later. So let's first of all add the logic for because currently we don't have any recipe in the favorites, and we don't have the logic implemented for adding it from here. We need to implement this logic. So let's implement this logic. Let's add few methods. Add favorite, recipe ID, and remove favorite. Fine. Then let's implement those methods here. And let's, I think we need to add them inside the DAO as well. Favorite recipe DAO, because we are adding what dependency, favorite recipe. We need to change in Koin dependency as well, where we have defined this. So after this, let's add this as well, and recipe dot add favorite recipe ID, favorite recipe DAO dot remove favorite recipe ID. Similarly, we need to do this here, remove favorite. And now let's move on to the view model, and similar to this, let's add one more state, recipe detail update is favorite. Fine. So here we will be having is success. Both after API response we have success, and both API is calling, we are is updating, and error. Now let's make changes in the view model finally. Take the state like this. So this is the update is favorite UI. And now let's define one method here. Let's copy this update. Update is favorite. And we will be needed the recipe ID from here. And another one is one more variable if we are adding or removing. Is adding is true, we are adding, otherwise removing. So here what we need to do is, first of all, let's use the try catch block. So inside the try catch block, let's catch as well. So because we are calling a page, so we need to update its value is updating true. Is updating. While we are calling API, we are making it is updating. And now according to the logic, if is adding, then we will be calling the add favorite, else remove favorite. And after this, let's refresh the recipe detail as well. So for that, what we need to do is, what is another UI state? Favorite screen UI state. Is favorite. Do we have his favorite there? Yeah, actually it has recipe detail. We need to update that. If we are doing it at wrong place, we need to do this logic inside the recipe detail view model. My bad. We need to do that here. Okay. Never mind. Let's change it. Let's pick up this method as well. And here in the recipe detail, we are using this repository. Fine. And here we will be updating the detail UI state. Recipe detail equal to so we will be picking up it from here itself. Copy. So we are updating just this field and we are picking up it from state itself, from value.receivedetail.copy, and only we are updating one field, that is favorite. It is equal to is adding. If is adding is true, is favorite becomes true, it means fine. So this way we will be updating the state. Then after we are finished, we need to update this as well. So we will be making is updating false and is success true, because this is for loading. We will be able to detect that we are calling the API. Then here it is done. After this we need to update the state, and inside the catch we can make is updating false, and instead of is success we can set the error message here. Fine. So this is done. This is for is update sorry, making the favorite recipe. So this logic is done. Now we need to integrate these changes in the detailed screen. So here if you see, let's add one method here on save click. So here we will be it is a call method which will be returning the which will be accepting the one parameter, that is recipe item. So while we will be calling it, it will be accepting one parameter, recipe item, so that we can add that recipe, right? So detail view model dot update is favorite id equal to it dot id and is adding it. This will be decided on the basis of if items is favorite is true, it means we are removing it, it means it will become false. If it's is favorite is false, it means we are adding. And similarly let's fetch this state as well, that is update is favorite UI state. This is done. Now let's make change in this screen as well. We need to add on save click, it will be accepting one parameter, and here on save click let's pass this one, and let's get this state as well. Recipe detail update is favorite UI state. So let's pass that state here. Fine. Now let's make changes in the screen. So we need to make changes here as well. We need to add those callbacks here. Let's pick them up. Let's even add them here. Let's go to here. Even this state is not needed here. This will be needed only in the UI part. And let's pass it. So now what we need to do, that method we need to call on the where we have this favorite icon. So this is the icon button. Yeah, this is. So here we need to call that on save click. We will be passing the recipe item. This is done. Now let's try to see if we can add it. Actually, we need one more change. We need to get this field from the DB as well. First of all, let's do that as well. So if you see here, yeah, here we will be fetching the is favorite as well. Dot. So here first of all, we need to add that method that is for getting the is favorite by recipe id. It will be returning boolean type, and let's implement that method. We will be getting from the DB if this recipe is in the favorites or not, so that we can update UI accordingly. So if you see this thing we need to update, right? That's why we are getting that field. So here what we need to do is favorite recipe dot is favorite. We have already defined the method there. So this will be returning that. Let's return it. And now let's go to the repository, and here also here while we are fetching it, suppose this is from the DB, right? This is fetched from the cache DB, and here we need to make change. If we are fetching it from server, it will be false by default. We are not saving this favorite logic to the server. So here is favorite equal to dot is favorite recipe id equal to id, and this we are updating it here. Fine, now it is done. Now let's try to use it, test it. So if you see this recipe id, let's try to add it. If you see, I guess it's added. Let's go back, let's come again. Yeah, it is added. If you see on any other one, it's not added. You can see this one is added in the favorites. Now let's try to go here, and if you see the UI is shown here, but we need to apply some paddings here. Let's go back to the favorite screen. So if you see here, we need to apply the on this scaffold dot. We can, there are two ways we can apply the padding. Either we can apply the padding and then from window insets we can get that value, or we can directly apply the system bars padding. Now let's go back. uh, it is still not that fit, so let's check it. on feed screen. Let's go there and check it. So in the feed content, we have this. Here. So basically by mistake we have added this portion here. We need to add this inside the column content part. Let's check it now. If you see, it's looking fine now. And now we need to update this UI basically. Let's update it a little bit. So if you see in the favorite how we are showing, yeah, we can make it like this. We can make the card view and then in the row. Fine. So like this we can make it. So let's make few changes there. Let's use the card there. In the favorite content, favorite recipe card. Let's instead of column, we can use card and we can have card colors dot. We can apply some colors here. Which container color we want to apply basically on primary. And then we can apply elevation. These are all provided by card defaults. We can override them. Card defaults dot card elevation. So let's make default elevation just 1 dp. And then let's wrap them up inside the row. And horizontal arrangement, let's line it in the center. Not in the center actually, it will be by spacing. Spaced by 16 dp. If you see, these items will be spaced by this is 16 dp. And let's apply modifier as well for applying padding in all directions. Then let's pick it up, put it inside that. This image, and then everything will go so basically first of all this thing we need to wrap it inside the column like this, and then this column will go after this image here. And first we need to add the image. Fine. So this in this row first it will be image, then that column, you mean this image and then this portion. Let's try to run it. If you see, it's looking fine now. Yeah, it's looking fine. So this is for the favorite part done. Favorite part is done now. If you see, so we can add it or remove it from favorites. You can see that then it will be shown here. And let's try to remove it. It is done and now it should be removed. Yeah, it is removed. Now from clicking here, it should go to detail as well. Let's apply that logic as well. So detail screen. Here on the detail screen, so we need to add go to recipe detail method. Let's copy that from here, navigate to detail. It's already there, we just need to apply. Navigate to detail. Navigate to detail is applied here. Is it working? Not working. Let's apply this. Here also it's going. Now we just need to apply on the card click. We need to apply that method. So let's make it clickable. And here navigate to detail. I'll be providing the recipe.id. Let's try to run it now. It is done now. So now let's finish this profile screen. Basically, for the profile screen, I will be adding a few dummy items as well, just to make the UI look like better. Fine. So those things you can update accordingly. One or two items I will be adding for that. So first of all, we need to create a screen like this. So if you see, if user is not logged in, will be showing this. You are not logged in, log in to view profile and saved recipes, login, sign up buttons. And if it is login, then the UI will be little bit different. Profile screen. So for that, let's add one user class as well, which we'll be using for the user info data class. ID string, name, then we have email, then we have my recipe count, then we have favorite recipe count, then we can have followers. These things ideally it will be in the user info file. Then let's add the state class as well. Let's copy it. So let's add these things inside the data package. And one state class. Profile screen UI state. User info. Here we will be having the user info. Of type user. Then we have is logged in. If user is logged in, by default false. Then we have is loading. It means we are fetching the user info. Then we can have the error. So now let's go to the profile view model. Yeah, we need to create the view model actually. So let's actually for this state, actually we are adding this state in the UI part, my bad. So this thing we are using in this state, sorry, in the UI. So here let's say add one more class, profile view model. We'll be extending the view model, and let's just copy few things from some other view model. They will be this similar. So let's update this state to profile screen UI state. Then let's define the get user info method. As of now, we will be just mocking it because for user info we don't have any API as of now. So we will be just adding the dummy delay there. You can fetch your API here. You can call basically if you want to call the real API. So first of all, basically we will be updating the is loading true. Then suppose this is the API call. So let's add one comment. Here you will be API call, but we are adding the just delay just to make it look like that we are calling the API here. So here we will be updating the user info. So user info, it will be, let's just add one user here. Let's ID is one. Let's add some name. Username just for testing, or maybe some professional name, let's say. Then let's add some email. Then let's say my recipe count. Then favorite recipe count, let's say 100. Then followers, let's say 140. And that's it. Let's just make 10 favorite recipe count. Let's make it 10, 20. So what kind of fields we are taking there? We can update them to the long and int int int. So this is done. And here let's update the UI state once more. Suppose the page result is let's make it false. And yeah, we are already updating here. Let's just add this field here itself. Fine, this is done. And we can add methods for login as well. Yeah, we will do that later on if needed. Dummy method. So let's add this view model inside the view model module. Currently there is no dependency. Then let's go to the profile screen. In the profile screen, let's get it. Profile view model, let's get it by Koin view model. And let's get the UI state. Collect as state. Then let's pass it here. And we can make few other callbacks as well here. On login. On logout. So here let's pass this. On edit profile we are not doing anything. Then on login we will be adding the method shown in the profile. So again we need to create this kind of UI. Let's make it the, let's take this scaffold and other things. Let's go to the other screen and copy it. And let's copy this. We are following the same pattern basically. So here you don't need that in the top app bar, so we can just copy it from the recipe screen, I guess. Oh, sorry, in the profile screen, sorry, favorite screen, because it is almost similar in that case. Let's copy these. These are experimental. Let's add it. We can reuse this top bar as well if you want to reuse. We can create a reusable component for this that we can do later on. So now here again we need to copy few things from there. If you see here we have this column, then inside this column we have these fields. If you see, yeah, now we need to use that state basically. Profile screen UI state is loading, then we can show the loader, and error is not equal to null, then we can show the error content. And now the third case, if user info is not equal to null and is logged in is true. Is logged in is true. In that case, we will be showing the profile content screen. Let's create the one composable here, profile content. It will be accepting the user info on edit profile, on logout, because it is user is logged in. It will be. So there is one more case which we missed, so that will be here. We will show it like if not logged in. Here we will be showing the not logged in step. This one, and similarly let's just mock this one as well. We will be updating the UI. So it will be accepting the on login and on sign up. That's as of now, just mock it. And here let's update this. User info will be user info, and then we can have on edit profile, then we can have on logout these callbacks. So now let's create the UI for them. So for not logged in profile screen, it will be just a column and few fields. Let's update that. Let's add the modifier dot fill max size, then apply the padding. Let's add some space here. From top. Then let's have some placeholder image. Painter source, I have already added few sources there. Profile dummy, this image is already added there, and you can get it from the code. I will put the link. Modifier dot, let's give it size of 120 dp and let's clip it in the circle shape, and let's give it border as well, very small, 0.3 dp, and color will be outline color, Let's make it little bit light. And the border, we have shape of circle. And let's give it a background. And then let's apply content scale dot crop. Yeah, that's done. Then we can have spacer 16 dp. Then we can have simple text. You are not logged in. And let's apply few styles there. Text style, font size will be 24 dp. Sorry, sp. Font size we give in sp only. That is the scalable font. And font weight will be bold. And color will be on background, let's say. This is done. Again we have spacer, spacing of 8 dp, let's say. Then we have this login and sign up buttons. No, another text we need, that is the second text. This one, login. Profile. Okay, and for this we can give a smaller size of 16 sp, and this one can remain similar. We can remove the font weight bold. We can keep it simple. Then again we can have this spacer here. Here we have large space. Here, fine. Now we have two buttons. Let's make the button. On click, on login, modifier, fill max width, colors, button colors, defaults dot button colors, container color, primary container. Then we can have text here. Login, font size. Let's give it font size of 16 sp. This is for login button. Then again we have spacing. Let's give it. And then we can have the outlined button. This can be the outline button. If you see, this is outlined. It have border. Border stroke 1 dp. Color will be primary containers. On click it will be on sign up. Modify fill max width, and colors will be content color. We need to change the content color. Then we have sign up. Not logged in profile screen is done. And now let's make profile content as well. For the profile content as well, we will be needing these similar fields almost. So let's copy it and we will be adjusting. For this, we will be using the another image. Then we will have modifier. Modifier will be similar. Then again we have spacer. Then again we have here we will be showing some text, that is info.email, and we need to make few style changes. It will be just 16 sp, very small, and let's remove bold. Then again we have some spacer 24 dp, and then we will be showing the active buttons. Note this. Let's show the outline button. For edit profile, on edit profile, and rest of the things will be the similar. Then we have spacer. Then we have another button, that will be the oops, we needed to make these changes into this on edit profile, and this will be another button related to logout. Here we will be having some spacing between them. Let's done. Let's try to run it. Oops, yeah, button hide. We need to login button hide. We need to control it. Not logged in profile screen. You're not logged in. Here if you go and hide, I'm wondering why it's not picking up the default hide. Okay, let's try with some fix hide. It should have picked the default hide actually. Not sure why it's not picking. Okay, let's take it inside row. Not sure why it's not picking up the hide. 50 dp. It's looking fine now. Let's just give it 45 dp actually. Now we need to wrap other buttons as well, I guess. 45 dp and then these as well. So let's change the container color as well for this background. It's looking good now. Now let's apply this on the edit profile button as well. And now let's make one more changes. Login. Let's say in case of login we will be updating the state. Just setting the is logged in true and then updating the information, and in case of logout we will be setting it false, and then we will be triggering them from the profile screen. Logout, login. For the profile screen, we have dummy logic as of now. You can update that accordingly. If you see, now it's done. Similarly, we can log out as well. Now it's a login. You can make it dynamic as well, right? Depending upon your use cases. The profile screen is also done now. We will be making this login section dynamic actually while we will be creating the login screen. Fine. Next, we will be moving on to the simple login screen. So now let's move on to the login screen. So for login screen, basically, we will be needing the multi-platform settings setup. That is the preferences for all platforms. Fine. So for that, we need to again write some specific platform specific code as well for setting up that. And again, that we write that using the expect actuals. I have discussed that in this video before as well. So let's start with that. Let's add one directory here, preferences, and here we need to write multi-platform settings factory, and this will be expect class which have one method get settings. Fine. Now let's add the platform specific implementations. We can select all 4 platforms. Yeah, and now let's provide the implementation for them. For the Android, first of all, let's for that we need to provide name as well. For the preferences, let's add one constant for that. Android.preferences, and finally create one variable that is of preferences type. It will require context as well. Context dot get shared preferences. Yeah, this one. Then provide the name and then mode private. Then inside the settings we need to pass this delegate. Note in the settings, actually for Android it uses the shared preferences settings. Yeah, this one. This is done for Android. Now let's go to the iOS part. For iOS, okay, for iOS what we need to do is we need NS user defaults. For that, defaults dot standard user defaults, and then let's return NS user default settings, and then delegate. That's it for iOS. Then go to desktop, or maybe let's add for JS. For JS, it will ideally require the window dot local storage. Then storage settings. Then let's move on to the desktop part here. For desktop, it requires preferences dot system root, not the system, but we need user root. Then return preferences settings. Done for done for desktop as well. So it's done for all these platforms. Now let's create one class, app preferences, where we will be using these So ideally, I will be creating the interface. It's better for testing purpose for providing duplicates. Let's add a few methods. Let's as of now add main method. Get int. It will require key, comma some default value of int type, and it will return int. Similarly, we can have string. It's null save version int or null. It will provide nullable int, and it don't require default value. This will provide int with the key, provided key. If that is not available, it will provide its default value, but it will provide either the value with the provided key, otherwise null. Then we can have long key will be string. My bad. Key will always be of type string. Int long string. Similarly, we can add for boolean as of now. Then whatever we will be needed, we will add that. Fine. So that's it. And similarly, we need to add put methods as well. And one more method, that is for checking if it has some key value for key, that is has key, and then remove for key. Then we can have clear. It will clear all values. I guess we have already added it. Yeah. Now let's provide its implementation. Let's add override and provide the implementation, and it will accept multi-platform settings. Settings factory. Actually, we will be requiring the settings variable from that. So we will be getting it lazily. whenever needed. Instead of getting it every time, we can get it in this variable and then use that. Get int internal long or null. Similarly for string, string or null. Boolean. Boolean or null. Similarly, we have int. This is for putting int. We don't need to return anything. Put int key value, then put string, put long, put boolean, then checking for has key. So has key basically returning some result, boolean. Then we have remove key, and that's it. Now let's add it inside the data module as well. So basically for this we need platform specific implementations, right? So we need to provide the platform specific module. First of all, let's provide the Android side. Fine. Then start Koin iOS. Init Koin iOS. Then desktop. Then JS. Fine. Now let's move on to the login UI. Features, login. So inside login, first of all, we need to add two packages because we are doing it in packages. So let's add UI data. So let's create the view model. So extending the view model. And then so let's create this state as well. So for that, let's add login state. Let's try sealed class here so that you will know about sealed class as well. Earlier we were trying about the data classes for state. So we can use sealed class as well. So suppose we have login state and it can be of either idle, it's not logging in, and it is again of type main sealed class. And if it has no data, we can declare it as object instead of data class. And again loading, then we can have success, and finally we can have error. For error we need some message, we can make it data class. Fine. Now let's go to the view model. Again let's declare login state, mutable state, flow of login state dot, we need to provide initial value like this now. Fine. And we can give it type as well. And then we can have the public one as state flow. Then declare one method that is for login. So here we will be, you can adjust it according to your choice. We will be just adding mock API here, not the original one. So initially we will be updating the state like actually it's not the data class, I was confused. We need to directly update the state. And then let's say simulate the API call here. Suppose API call is taking 1.5 seconds. And now if it will be accepting two parameters as well, email and password. Fine. And we will be checking that hard coded, but you can update this part with the API, all this part. So here we are checking it. If email is equal to test@gmail.com and password equal to test. Fine. Then we will update login state dot success. Else we can assume it is invalid. So we can set error message. Everything will be done similar way. You just need to integrate the API here. In the API success, you need to do this. This is the API part basically. Then you will be checking the responsive success. You can return this, else error, and finally add the catch block, and again as unexpected error in login. So Now let's add one more method which will be useful in case if we want to reset state. And here we just need to update value again to the idle. Fine. Now let's move on to the UI part basically quickly. For UI part we will be using the bottom sheet basically. Bottom sheet. So it will be again a composable. Fine. And it will be accepting the, we can provide the login view model here directly, and because it will act as like kind of a different navigation destination, you can think of it like that. Show bottom sheet, it will be a boolean according to which we will be showing or not. On close, whenever we will be closing it, we will be providing the callback, and then on login success, again it will be of type a simple callback. So now let's start with it. First of all, let's create a bottom sheet state which we need for this. Remember, bottom sheet state skip, there are few configuration options. Skip partially expanded, it will not partially expand it, it will, we are skipping that thing. By default it will partially expand bottom sheet, it will not expand it fully, but we are skipping that because we need it full. And then we have confirm value change, because why we need this, because if we want to disable dismissing the bottom sheet if user clicks outside, for that we can use this, and we need to opt in for experimental API. And for two input fields we can define states, mutable state of password, and let's get the login state as well here from ViewModel dot login state dot collect as state. And let's declare one method as well in case we need to clear input fields as well. And we will be clearing them. And so for this, now let's define the UI basically. If show bottom sheet, then we will be showing the UI. Modal bottom sheet, container colors, background, drag handle, we don't want any handle, and on dismiss request, on close we will be triggering on close. This will be passing callback to the previous composable. And apart from that, we need to do clear input fields as well. Actually it's not on, we can directly make it clear input fields. And then we have sheet state, and then we can have properties, show dismiss on back press, should dismiss on back press. On back press we are dismissing it, that's why we need this property. And now whatever is remaining, I think we are done. Now let's provide the content. So for content we will be providing simple two fields. For that we are defining one column because we are providing the email and password fields one below each other. Fill max width, then background, then we can define horizontal alignment, then inside this we require row. I will show you why this is required. Modifier dot fill max width, some padding as well from top. This is for heading, and then horizontal padding 16 dB. Then we will be providing vertical alignment dot center vertically. So inside this we will be providing the heading and close icon. So inside the heading, modifier dot weight, so it will take, except this pose in the right we have close icon, then after that whatever is remaining it will take up all the size, remaining size. That's why we applied modifier dot weight 1. Text align, we need it in the left side. Then finally text string resource, we will be using the app name. Then let's apply view style, typography dot, we can apply title I guess because this is for title. Then apply the font weight. Now what it is saying, oh, we added wrong attributes here. Then we need some spacer, and this spacer will be for the width. Then we need to apply the close icon. then tint. This is for the heading. Now again we have second column for the input fields. Modifier dot fill max width. Let's apply some padding in all directions. Here we can show image or logo. You can update it. I'm just adding a dummy one, which I have added in the resources. We can specify its size. Let's say 120 dp. Then let's align it. Alignment dot center horizontally. Then content scale dot crop. Then we can add spacer. Here it will be vertical spacer, so we will be needing height. Now email input field. For that we will be using the outlined text field. And again we need row for that because it didn't work for us in the profile screen. We need to apply height here. So here we need to apply colors. Defaults dot colors. Here we have focused border color. This one, color scheme dot primary containers. Then we have label, focused label color. That will again the same. And then we have cursor color. So for the cursor again we can keep it same, primary container. And then we can have focused container color. For container we can use on primary. Then we have unfocused container color. For unfocused container color we can keep it again the same. These are the colors. Now let's provide the value for this, and on value change email equal to it, whatever it will be providing in the on value change callback. We are updating that with the email, and we are using that email here for showing in this. Fine. And finally let's add the label. For label we can just add the email, and finally fill max width. And similar to this, we can add password field as well. We need some spacing as well here. This is for password, and in this case we need one change basically, and that will be for the, we need to provide the password input field here. For that we need use the visual transformation, and we can use the password visual transformation. This will show star while typing secured one, right? And this one is done. If you see, this is for it, this is for it, and after this we need some space, and now we will be adding button as well. Modifier dot height 24 dp, and then depending upon our state, login state, we will be showing whatever we need to show. Fine. Is login state dot loading. Whenever it will be loading, we can show one loader here. Even let's directly use this. This can be fill max size. You can directly use this one. And we need modifier as well here, where we need to align it center horizontally. And second case can be error. Login state can error. In this case, we can show the error content. This one we can pick up, and we can modify it with some dynamic text message. We can set default this so that it will not affect other ones. Suppose if we have one more tip here is, suppose we have some composable which is being reused at multiple places. We need to modify that. So how we will be doing mostly? So if we need to add some variable, and for that we need to make it dynamic, so we can set the whatever default value is there, we can set that inside that, so that wherever we are using it, it will not affect that, right? But this one we can override now according to our choice. And even if we not give it, but at whatever places it is being used, it will pick up by default this value. By this way we are not breaking it at other places. Fine. So here we need to edit here whatever error message we want to give, we can give. So here we need error message from login state message dot string, what it's saying. Okay, we need to cast it login state error. Okay, fine. And finally login state dot success. In that case we will be showing the, actually we will be just triggering the on close, on login success. And one more callback we need here, basically we need to close this bottom sheet as well. For that we need on similar to the on close icon click method, and this method we need to apply on uh, icon as well here. Now let's provide its implementation. So whatever we need to do here, we need one scope. Ideally it is recommended to do this closing of bottom sheet on using some coroutine scope.launch. We will be clearing input fields here, and we will be hiding it bottom sheet state, and finally on completion we will be checking it if not bottom sheet dot is visible. If it is not visible, we need to call on close the callback, and this is it. Now we have when state as well, and now else. Else we can just return unit. So this was for the when close. Now we can add the button here. Let's add the button quickly. Modifier dot field max width dot, let's give some height, again 45 dp. Then finally provide some colors dot button colors dot copy. Here we can override the colors, container color scheme dot primary container and content color on primary. Or we can apply one more thing here, content color. For it will automatically, whatever is the container color, we can apply that content color for that container color like this. This way we don't need to worry about changing this color, so that we can make it dynamic, and accordingly it will update this color as well. And now finally on click login ViewModel dot login method email password. We are triggering this, and finally we can set it whenever it will be enabled. If login state is login state dot, if not loading, only then it will be enabled. If it is not loading, if it is loading, then we can disable it. Finally we can specify some text here, and let's add some spacing in the bottom. Height 16 dp. So roughly UI part is done. Now let's try to show this bottom sheet. We will be showing this bottom sheet from app nav host, from app this, from this part. So roughly let's show this for testing. We will be updating the things here. So we can inject ViewModel here basically. Koin ViewModel and show bottom sheet. For that we can keep one variable here. By default it will be false basically, but we can update for testing purpose. We can make it true here. Just for testing. Later on we will be updating it. We will be making some passing some callbacks here and triggering it from the profile screen. Just as of now, for testing we can make it on close. As of now, just keep it empty. On login success, as of now keep it empty. We will be updating them later on. Let's try to run it. So that by default it will show bottom sheet. Some error is there. Okay, we need to add the login view model inside the view model module. No parameters, can directly define it here. Yeah, you can see it is looking good. Now we can change this color actually. Fine. Okay, we will be modifying it. We will be now triggering it from the profile screen. Basically we need to trigger it from profile screen. Some issues are here as well. Okay, we will be finishing it now. How we have defined the outlined button. Okay, it was the button. For button it was the issue, but for this I guess we can remove this and it should work hopefully. Then let's remove this one as well. Okay, we will be modifying them now. Let's make all the required changes. So for the login screen we need to show it from the app, so we require some changes here like these. Let's finish all these things, and then finally we will be checking it. So we have passed the view model here and have we defined the constants? No. So let's define the constants for saving one variable in the preferences app dot on. Let's define one class app constants. This is the key for saving if user is logged in or not in the preferences. And finally, in the app state, if we go here, let's pass few variables here. App preferences, we will be requiring them. And now let's define one variable here. We will keep the logic of like checking out if user is logged in or not in the app state. First of all, let's get that boolean is logged in or not. And default value will be false. This is for checking if user is logged in or not. And also define one method in case if we will be updating it. And finally, we need to update in the preferences as well. And let's define one more method on logout. On logout, we'll be updating it. Let's define one more method on logout. On logout, we will be just updating it to false. Now let's set up the callbacks here. First of all, this we will be injecting it from there actually. remember Koin scope, and then preferences, Koin inject, and then we will be using we'll be collecting this variable from app state is logged in. We need to expose one of them, this one, collect as state. Then we will be using the one callback for passing down the composable for checking if user is logged in or not. This will be kind of a lambda. And why we are doing this? Because if we will just pass it as a state in these composables, fine. So in this, so every time we need to access this, it will be recomposing it. But that's why suppose we are passing it as lambda. So in the lambda case, it will not recompose these things, these composables, and it will avoid unnecessary recompositions basically. If we will pass it as state, then it may cause unnecessary recompositions. But if we are passing it as lambda, so whenever we need to check if user is logged in or not, we will be triggering this method, and this will be providing the updated value from here, this one. But if we pass this is logged in directly inside this, it will cause unnecessary state changes in other screens as well. Suppose we just need to check the login case on the profile screen, after login will be changing. But if we are passing it as a state here, so it will be re-triggering whole tabs and everything about the UI. But if we are passing it as a function, whenever we need to check, we will be just calling this method. It will not causing unnecessary recompositions in other screens. And finally, we need to keep a track of login callback as well. By remember, so we are remembering the login callback, because in case of login callback, we need to call it later on after login. Because let's say from the profile screen, we can trigger it, so that from the profile screen, we can trigger this. Suppose from the profile screen, we are getting the on login success callback. Then we will be setting this, we will be triggering this login callback in that case basically. And this callback, we will be setting it well when opening the bottom sheet. Then we will be setting it, because on opening bottom sheet, we will be getting a callback from there. I will show its use case, don't worry about this. Then let's define open login bottom sheet, and this will be returning a lambda. These brackets and the return type, this is the type of this is a lambda, and this is the parameter it will be providing us. So it will be providing us a lambda, and that we will be setting to this callback. I can take it as, let's make them var, and now we need to import mutable state dot set value. Then let's define login success. We need this callback. So after login success will be triggered, what we need to do, we need to set up first of all show login bottom sheet false. We need to update user is logged into true, and we need to reset state, and we need to trigger login callback as well, whichever we will be setting it from. Suppose we got one callback set from here while opening the bottom sheet, that will be triggering on the login callback, because we need to do this work, some login callback later on after login success, but we are getting it in callback of open bottom sheet as a parameter. So that's why we are keeping it as a separate variable, because we need to trigger it later on in case of login success. On logout and logout will be triggering app state, and we will be resetting the state. And finally on close sheet. So on closing sheet, what we need to do, again show login bottom sheet false and reset state and close sheet. Now let's pass all these callbacks or parameters we have created. We need to pass them here in the app nav host. Basically we need to make these changes. Now I will explain why we are using this login callback. So here we need to pass few things. User logged in. It will be a callback of this type, turning the boolean to us. Open login bottom sheet. It will be a callback of simple. This type. It will be a callback which is accepting the parameter as callback. And finally on logout as well we need to pass, because we need to pass this till profile. From profile we will be adding the logout option as well. These options we need to pass from here. Is user logged in, open login bottom sheet, and is on logout. and logout. So these options we have passed from here. Now I will show you its use. So basically we are setting this callback from this callback. Open login bottom sheet. Just suppose from profile screen we will be opening that login screen. Something is wrong somewhere. Let's check it. We need to add app preferences. The data module. Its implementation requires this. Yeah, we can define it in the data module. Let's try to run it again. If we go here, I think we missed this setting. We need to call this method on settings. Yeah, that was our mistake. Now let's run it again. It's working. So now let's say we need to pass these callbacks first of all. Let's pass them down. These callbacks in tab snap graph as well. We need to pass them here. So let's set them here. The tabs root. And then down the tree. Then from here we need to pass it down the tree again. Here in the feed nav graph, profile nav graph, we need to pass them. So here let's pass all of them. and in the feed nav graph as well, we need to pass is user logged in and upon login bottom sheet. We need to pass them in the detail as well. From detail also we need them. We need to pass them before last callback. And now go back. Here also we need to pass these two. Now let's first of all let's make that false, so that sheet will not be opening by default. Let's make it false because this will be updated from here, this callback, and now we need to use these callbacks. So in the profile screen, where we have added the login callback, yeah, here we need to update on login. So on login, so open login bottom sheet. So here if you see this callback, this login callback, we need this later on, not the login. Basically refresh, we need to refresh here profile view model. So basically after login, suppose after login we need to refresh profile view model. Basically for that callback we need to call later on. That's why we are returning this from here. I will be coming back to this. Now we need to make few changes here as well. This condition we need to move on top, and instead of this we will be using the that method. Basically we need to pass that here, is user logged in or not. Let's check that as first case here. If it's not logged in this screen, then other cases we will be showing on. Because if either is not logged in, that is different case. All other are different cases. Loading error success. So now let's add one method here in the profile view model as well. In case of even after login, we need to refresh view model as well. Let's define one method. And this method we will be triggering after the login is successful. Because so suppose from now, from the profile screen, what we will be doing, we are just opening the logout screen, sorry, login bottom sheet. Here we will be opening the login bottom sheet. So we will be opening the login bottom sheet, and then later on, suppose now bottom sheet will be opened here, suppose, and but we need some way of triggering callback after login success, not immediately. That's why we are passing the callback here, that we will remember there, and later on we will be triggering it after login success, because we need to trigger it after success. And we will be triggering it, and we are making one more change here basically. So this method we will be making it return flow. We are some changing this some way of doing this basically. I will show you, and we will be emitting it as flow. Let's remove this and let's emit profile screen UI state with is loading true, and here we will be again emitting it with these two parameters. And we will be making it like, instead of this mutable state flow, we are making some changes here. So here we will be calling that function directly whenever we need to update it, and it will be like, now we will be combining it with refresh. If refresh is updating in any case, it will be like, we don't need this value, but let's use underscore for that. In that case, we will be triggering get user info, and then we will be doing the flat map latest. This will be fetching the latest results. It will be, because we are returning the flow from there, it will, and after combine will return flow. So it will be just mapping that to the flow, and here we will be passing the state in view model scope and started. This is the another method of directly creating the state flow. Initial value profile screen UI state. This is another way of doing this basically. And if you see this one, we can move it up here. So this way we can get the state flow as well, like triggering this method and using that flow. And depending upon some other flow, if we want to update one flow, we can use the combine as well. And then after combine, if we are returning the response, now it depends upon combine will return flow of this, and this is again flow. So it will become flow of flow. So that's why we need flat map here. Now, if you see, we don't need these login and logout methods. Because on logout now will be triggered from that callback which we are passing here. If you see from here. So now let's go to running the app. If you see on login, now it's opening the login button sheet. So now if you see at this moment, I will explain. Now I have opened this bottom sheet, but we don't know whenever if it will be successful or not, right? But if it will be successful, then we need to trigger some callback. That's why on opening it, we are passing some callback from here, which we need to trigger because we need to trigger the refresh profile view model. So that's why we have set up this method and passed it inside this argument. We have triggered this method here. So this method will set up that this callback like this which will be triggering, it will create it inside the, it will remember it basically as lambda here. If you go here in the app nav host here, this one, right, it will this callback which we are passing from there, that is this callback, it will save it like this because later on we need to trigger on this after login will be successful. That's why we are remembering it as lambda. So now let's test at the oops, both values are changing, so let's go to there. Something is wrong. So we have passed email in both cases, we need to update it. In case of password, we need to update password. Label as well password. Because as of now we have added this test account, what we have set there, hard coded credentials, yeah, test at the gmail and test. Let's try to run it. If you see, it's working and it's triggering that callback as well, but now some issues there, we will have to check that. Callback not found, maybe some issue with the callback. We have set it here. This is the different one. This is not our issue, this is something else, I guess. So now we will have to check it, what is wrong with this. So I guess on the profile view model and profile screen, we need to check out what is happening there. So let's see on login success is calling or not. I think something we missed somewhere. Yeah, so basically issue is on the profile screen, I guess. Let's check it. What is the issue? Is user logged in? Okay, so I guess we need to check this is user logged in, if it is true or not. I doubt on this. This is true. Okay, it's fine. If this is also true, if this is true, okay. This variable, are we setting it somewhere? No, we are not setting it. That's the issue. So, so instead of that as well, because we now need to use is user logged in this method. Yeah, now let's try to run it. If you see, now it's working pretty fine. And now on logout, yeah, it's working fine on logout as well. Now let's try to log in again. Test. It's working fine. Okay, so let's make one change in the login model bottom sheet where we are using the login text. Yeah, let's set color here, color scheme dot on primary. That's it for login part is done basically. Let me make few things clear. Why we pass some, why we are setting the callback in this case. Basically in this case we are returning one callback which we need to call later on after login success. That's why we are creating it as lambda, and we are remembering the lambda, right? This one we will be updating it from here after profile screen. We will, because we need to use it for later on. That's why we are remembering it, and then later on after on login success we are triggering it here, because after login we need to refresh the profile view model. This is basically one callback which we are getting from this, which we need to do later on. Even we can remember it. Just for remembering, you can rename it. So now login part is done. Now login part is done from profile screen. Now few changes we need to make in favorite screen. So in the favorite screen, basically, in case of if user is already logged in that case, first of all, let's pass those options, these options. not these, only these two. So in case of if we are triggering the, so let's pass it here. If user is trying to add item to the favorites, we can add this logic only whenever user is logged in. So we can show some alert there in that case if user is not logged in. So let's show that alert here basically. We are doing it on wrong screen. We don't need to do it here. We need to do it in the details screen. So in the favorites we need just this one, and in case of details screen we need to pass these two. Let's go and pass. Yeah, it's passed already. Okay, so let's now use it. Yeah, so now we need to make one change here. So if let's add one state, show alert dialog by remember mutable state of, by default it will be false, and we will be triggering it from here. Let's keep it here. Yeah, in this case if user is not logged in that case we will be triggering the that alert, else it will be as it is. Let's make it fair and let's import table state dot set value. And now depending upon this variable, let's pass one variable from here. Now let's show if show alert dialog. In this case we will be showing one alert dialog, and for that we use the alert dialog composable. Color scheme dot background, then we have on dismiss request. On dismiss we will be making it false, and then we have title composable, For title, we will be just setting the one text, that is update favorites, and its style will be typography dot title large, font weight bold, bold. Then after title, let's set the text. This will be the simple text that we need to, any message we need to display. Login to add remove favorites. Then we need to set up the confirm button. In case of confirm button, we need to add one button, and let's specify the colors. Container color will be primary container. Then on click we will be setting it to the false and triggering the open login bottom sheet. And in the callback, we need to do update is favorite. After login will be successful, then we can update that favorite. Suppose if we have triggered this update logic, this logic will be resuming here after the callback. It.id comma is adding. If you remember, this is the method which we added there. And here let's add login. This. Let's try to run it. Now we can specify one more button meanwhile. Like this. We need to specify one more button. Dismiss button. In case of dismiss, we can use outline button with border, the stroke 1 dp, color scheme dot primary container, fine. And then we have colors, container color. Then on click, what we need to do, just dismiss the alert dialog. Now let's see, it is logged in, it's working successfully. And now let's see, in case of if user is logged out, if you see, it's working. But now we need to update the style of this text. Let's remove this simple, make it simple text. If you see, now it's working fine. On cancel it's dismissing, on login it will be, so on cancel, for cancel we need to make few changes. So for container color, we need to specify the background color. If you see, yeah, and for text color, on background. Now if you see, after user will be logging on, we can make this color as well primary. After user will be logging in from here, then after login, it will be updating that value. You see, it removed that. Fine. So this is done about the login as well. Now search functionality is remaining. We'll be moving to the search functionality now. So let's continue with the search screen now. That is pending now. Everything is done. So for that, let's finish the callbacks which we have added. So this navigate to search. So we need to add in the top bar so this callback we need to add. So let's add it. Make it clickable and call the navigate to search here, because on clicking the search bar here we will be moving to the search screen. Fine. And finally, let's go back and check it if it is added successfully. Plugin bottom sheet. Yeah, navigate to search. Now we need to pass it from the upper composable like this. Navigate to search. Now let's pass it in all the composables. Now go back, pass it here as well. Now go back and add it here as well. State. Yeah. So basically we need to add first of all there navigate to search. Fine. Yeah. So now let's try to run it if it's working. And then we will be finishing this UI and functionality. Also let's add few callbacks here, because after you will be showing a list, we can navigate to detail as well from here. Then we have on back press. Finally, let's go back and pass them here as well. So this one, and on back press, navigate back, update, navigate back. These two are also done. Now let's see. Yeah, it's going to. So now let's wrap up the search screen. So for this, basically we need to add recipe search DAO as well for query, right? So the way we have added the recipe entity, this way we need to add the, so if you go in the recipe entity, where it is, yeah, here. So here we need to add the search query as well. Fine. So let's pick up like this. So basically search recipe by text. We need to add that query, search recipe by text. Fine. And now we'll be doing select star from recipe where title, and we will be using the like here. Title like. Then we have multiple conditions. That's why we are using the bracket. It will be for with that query. Suppose we have passed some character ABC, so it will be matching anything before ABC and then ABC and anything after ABC. That kind of pattern matching. Or if we want to add it for description as well, we can add. That depends on our choice. If we want to apply search on description, if we want to apply only title, then we can remove this section, description part. Similarly, we have ingredients as well. If we wish, ingredients like, fine, select star from recipe where title like this, description like this, or ingredient like this. Okay, so this is done. And now let's go to recipe DAO. Here we will be adding that function. First of all, let's pick up this. And finally change the query as well. Search recipe by text. Let's pass the text, await as list, again map. Yeah, that's it. Fine, this is also done. Now let's add some data sources as well. If you go in the features, search, let's add one directory, data. Inside the data, let's add one more directory, data sources, and here we can add search recipe local data source. Let's rename it. Its typo is there. Let's make it interface, and let's define the method here. Suspend fun, search recipes by text. Let's add the query string, and it will return list of recipe item. Let's provide its implementation, and it implements and override and implementation, and let's get recipe tau, and that's done. Now let's add them in the Koin data module as well. Done. And now let's add repo as well. Repositories, search recipe local, search recipe repository. Let's define its interface first, and let's copy the same method, and finally inside the data source we need to go inside the finder and add one more package here, and then and let's get the search recipe local data source. But ideally, in case of simple apps, where there is no complexity, you can directly write the logic in repository as well, but that's not recommended. If you want to make it clean architecture, then it's better to do that in the DAOs, sorry, in the data sources, and then repo, and then view model. And if you want to share some repository between multiple view models, we can add use cases as well. Otherwise, we can omit use cases. So this is done, and now add the repo as well here. Search recipe repository, This is done. My bad. In the repository layer, basically we are adding it. We are returning the result. I forgot that result. That can be like it had two like functions, success or failure. Fine. So let's go back here and result, result, and here we will be doing it using the try catch. This one. Result dot success. This and here result dot failure. E. Fine. Now it's fine. Let's add the view model now. And state as well. So search screen state. And in this class, whatever will be there in this state. So we are searching the data. So again, we can have idle. If we are not doing anything, then we can have success, boolean, by default false. Then we can have error, string, nullable. Then we can have results, that is list of recipe item. By default we can show empty list, maybe. Fine. And let's extend view model. So let's add we will be setting the search text as well here, mutable state flow, and by default it will be empty. We will be exposing it from here itself. State flow. Similarly, we can add UI state. Search screen state. And in the init, we will be calling one method, trigger fetch items. And here, let's make it private and suspend. Let's make it private. So in this method, we will be adding few delay. This is for the if we are calling the real API, but we can omit this, I guess. So if it will be my bad, let's make it like this. We don't need, we'll be returning response directly. So here search text dot filter we need to first of all filter it if it is not empty only, otherwise it will just return from here. And then debounce, how much time to wait before triggering the next query. So basically how much time to wait, it will be like the how much time to wait for, if for how much time user is inactive, so that we can search trigger the next search query, because sometimes user can type quickly, so we need some time interval on which basis we will be triggering the query. Otherwise, suppose if every time it will be triggering, then it will be triggering a lot of queries on every character type, it will triggering this. So that's why we need some timeout for this much time. If suppose in this is in the millisecond, so suppose for 1 second, if we want time out of 1 second, we can specify 1000 here. So it means like if user has stopped typing for 1 second, then we will be triggering this. Then we have distinct until changed. For this we need to opt in flow preview, distinct until change. This means only make API calls when input changes. If input is similar, just discard it, don't trigger API calls. Then flat map latest, it will be just if previous call is ongoing and new call is triggered, it will cancel the previous one and return the latest one. Let's say let's trigger our query here. Here we need repository as well. And finally emit results. Here also we need some opt-in. These are experimental APIs. Then we can catch some errors as well here. And update our state accordingly. Idle equal to false, error equal to error dot message. Then finally we can collect our results as well from here. If there is no exception, we can collect our results and update our state. Idle equal to false, success equal to true, results equal to results. Okay, so this part basically we can move it into one method, private suspend function, fetch items, and here we can add this, and here we can get the results accordingly, if it is error or success. So here query string, if we need to check this one as well, is empty, we can just return empty list. Otherwise, we can trigger the query and return results dot get or null, and in case if it is null, we can again return empty list. We can call this method here basically. This is done. Now let's move on to the search screen. Add the view model here. Inject by Koin. One more method we missed there. So on search query change, we will be updating that here. Search text. We will be updating our query here. Search text dot value equal to query. Let's add some callbacks here, which will be needed. Search text string, then we have on search text changed. It will be providing string, then we have search screen state, and then we have clicked, recipe item clicked, and finally on backpress. Let's get this state here. Collect as state, and similarly search text and on search text changed, we will be triggering the search query changed. Fine. Then we have search screen state, screen state dot value. Then we have on recipe item clicked. Here we have navigate to detail. It requires ID, so it dot ID. Then finally we have on back press, and this is done. Now let's finish the UI now. So in the search screen, we will be showing one search bar, then some list of items. Fine. So let's add the scaffold first of all, and add the top bar, top app bar, colors, defaults dot top app bar colors, container color, background, then we have title, text equal to search recipes, then a navigation icon, button, on click equal to on back, press, and inside this we can add icon dot auto mirrored dot field dot arrow back, content description, let's specify null as of now. Let's opt in for experimental API. And now let's finish the UI part. Let's remove this column from here and take it inside this, and let's apply padding, inner padding, vertical arrangement center horizontally, and finally let's create one composable separate search screen content. It will be requiring these callbacks. Let's call it here. And now let's say here we need to take one column, fill max size, padding, let's apply some padding, horizontal 16 dp, then bottom only, on the top we have already applied some padding. Then we have outlined text field, shape, theme dot shapes dot medium, value equal to search text, on value change, on search text change, placeholder, search recipe items, finally we have modifiers, background will be material theme color scheme on primary, shape, not shape, we have already defined that. Let's specify fill max width as well. Then we have single line, yes, we want it single line. Leading icon, we want to show search icon here. Finally, let's add the colors. Focused, border color, primary container. Focus label color. Then we have cursor color. Then we have focused container color, unfocused container color. So for these two, we need to apply different one and primary, unfocused container color. This is done. Now give some spacing here. Modifier dot height 16 dp, and now according to state show our UI. The screen state dot error is not equal to null. In that case, we will be showing some error there. No recipe items found. Modifier dot fill max width. Then we have text align dot center. Then we have style typography dot body medium. Then we have the screen state dot success and results is not empty. Here we need to show our UI. Lazy column modifier equal to fill max size. Items results and finally let's create one item. This composable we will be creating, passing the item there. We can define key as well here, it.id. My bad, need to define that here. Will be providing you item here. And now let's create this composable. Let's take one row. Let's make it like favorite. Little bit changes will be there. Let's copy that. Yeah, let's copy this one. First of all, let's remove the card section. Basically, we don't need the card. Item dot image URL and in case of modifier, let's specify our modifier. Let's specify size little bit lesser than that and clip and rounded corner shape dp. And then we have again this column. Here we have item dot title and item dot duration, item dot rating. This will be similar to that. We can reuse as well if required this item. And we need to add click as well. So this modifier fill max width as well. Let's apply. Then we have, let's add clickable recipe item clicked. Let's pass the item. Let's try to run it. Let's go to search and it's already crashed. Let's see what is the issue. Oh, search view model. We need to add it. Mostly these kind of errors happen. One argument using the get. So if I add it test, yeah, it's working fine. You can see search is again working. And if I click it, if it is empty, in that case, let's see on search text change. Let's move this one. In case of empty as well, we need to trigger and we will be just returning the empty results. If you now it's not showing anything, just on typing it's showing. So it's working fine, and if I click on it, it's going to the detail as well. If you see, it's working pretty fine. I can add it in favorites as well. If you see, that will show here. You can see. So guys, this is also done now. So our complete app is done now. The project is done, and again I will be telling you like Kotlin is the core required for this project for Compose Multiplatform, Kotlin Multiplatform, or anything. If you want to learn, Kotlin is the base for that. And if you don't know about Kotlin and you want to learn Kotlin, I will put the link in the description. I have free course on YouTube that is of 6 hours long. It covers everything about Kotlin. You can learn Kotlin from them. You can learn Kotlin from that course. Then you can come back here and continue with this. And I have one course on Jetpack Compose as well. You can check out that playlist as well if you don't know about that. But I really don't need to do that because I have covered everything in this course. So I have covered most of the concepts related to Jetpack Compose, Compose Multiplatform, Kotlin Multiplatform, Expect Actuals, everything. So what we learned in this video is we have used Ktor for networking, SqlDelight for offline support, Koin for dependency injection, fine, and Coil for image loading. And then we learned about composables as well, how we can use the columns, lazy column, that kind of stuff, fine. And we use the clean architecture as well. So guys, that's all about this, and I hope you have enjoyed it. And still you can improve this project in few things are like you can improve. So you can add the categories section on the top as well here, and then you can add the Firebase authentication as well, because I have added the dummy authentication here. You can add the Firebase authentication in that case. So then it will be almost complete. If you add the Firebase authentication here, it will be almost completed then. And finally, you can add few things as well, like adapting the UI in the large screens. Let me show you how it works on the large screens as of now. Also, we can remove this one as well. If you wish, you can make this dynamic after login. Otherwise, you can remove it. You can make it dynamic after user is logged in. If user is not logged in, we can hide this. So if you see, it's working pretty fine, but we need to adjust some UI things. So, and we can, instead of tabs, we can use the navigation rail on the large screens. I will be making one more project where we will be covering all these things as well. But as of now, you can continue with this. You can improve this section. You can see everything is there. Search screen is also there. As of now, you can see it's working pretty well. Detail is also working. Favorites is also working. Similarly, let's try to run it on iOS as well. For the large screens, you can use the nav rail and nav driver as well. Fine. You can add the window size class for that, and accordingly, like for compact screens, medium, expanded. So for those device types, you can create different screens. Here we have the app composable. If you see, here we have added this app nav host. You can in here you can apply that logic, or even you can directly apply that. And if you go here in the tabs, so instead of tabs, in that case you can just show the navigation rail. So here you can apply that logic for the large screen, desktop and web. You can make some changes to adjust that to your UI. So it's working fine on iOS as well. If you see detail, favorite, login, you can try out other things. If they are working, they should be working hopefully. Now you can see search is also working. So everything is working fine on iOS as well. I have showed you on all platforms it's working. On desktop also you can try it running. So this app is for all platforms, you can see, but for desktop and web you can still improve the UI using the navigation rail and navigation driver. So that's all about this video, guys. Even this sports dark mode as well. Let me show you. In the settings section, we can go and try it in the dark theme. You can see it's working pretty fine in the dark screen as well, dark mode. You can see it's working. Login. Few things are missing there. These colors, we can make them. We can make them on primary basically. If you see here, we missed applying that style basically. Or you can directly apply the colors here. Color scheme dot on primary. It will show you automatically the adjusted color. Similarly here as well. Cancel primary containers, and another button is, yeah, this one. Here we forgot to apply the color. We can apply this one. Now if you see, it will work fine. You can see you can apply on primary container. Here as well you can apply that. So guys, this is done. This is all about this project. We have created the complete project, and we have implemented everything here. Ktor, SqlDelight, Koin, dependency injection, coil clean architecture, everything is covered here. So I hope you have enjoyed the video, and if you have enjoyed it, please like, share and comment on the video, and please don't forget to subscribe. I will be posting the content like this in the coming videos, and again I will be saying you can adjust few things still. So for the web and desktop layouts, you can use the navrail and navdriver for adjusting the UI, and then you will be good to go. That your app will be ready for all the platforms. So I will see you in another video with another cool content. Till then, bye bye, take care, have a great time, keep coding.